Crossover.
Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John, Josh, Nick. Yo.
Hello.
Yep.
What's going on, guys?
Not much.
It's windy.
Is it?
Yes.
I think it was that windy outside.
Oh, well.
Oh, taking the interstate.
You appreciate it when it's on the interstate.
Oh, yeah.
I'll be taking the interstate in just a little while.
Oh, women's hoops tonight.
Women.
Yeah.
Yep.
I texted Happer for some women's hoops.
Women.
takes
I got the
other
goods.
day. Yeah, but you didn't really have much information for me.
I had only played one game at that point.
Yeah, I said, hey, do I need to delete anyone off my charts? And he was like, I don't know. What do I know about
That's not what I said. I told you. I answered your question.
like, hey, did you hear about John's dog?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. But yeah, I look forward to asking you ahead of next Friday's game for some intel.
I'll have more takes.
All right, good.
They will have played
I have the basic charts
2 more
ready.
games.
The basic charts are ready. I just need to add more stuff.
They haven't
But if I can delete a name off of there, I'm happy to.
They haven't quite dialed in their rotations yet.
Yeah?
Maybe.
How many people do you need on your chart?
I just put the
many
right now. I just
spaces
have
do you
I
have?
have the whole roster on there.
How many spaces do you have? How many would you like to get it down to?
I don't mind having the players I have on there. It's
Well,
just if
but
there's somebody not playing, then
you
I
don't
will
have a
delete
set.
them.
You don't have a set number.
Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I could probably do 15. So I have. I have
They
some
won't go
empties.
that deep.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
But I could. I like when Creighton played whoever they played, Southwest Minnesota State in the exhibition, I put their whole roster on there.
Yeah.
Also as an exhibition.
Also,
So I could fit. Now
can't those schools have like 30 players on their roster?
dude, the exhibition rosters every year are just massive.
Crazy, isn't it?
Nonsense.
So but I have a spot for, I don't know how you guys build yours. I have 5 little areas and like the main info, and then I have 5 stats. Points per game, rebounds per game, assists per game, field goal percentage, free throws. And then I have 3-pointers along here, and then a career high. So I guess I have room for like 3 kind of things.
Mm.
So that's how I build mine.
Cool.
But if I can delete somebody, get them out of there. But I got all the basics.
I mean, we don't have to do this right now, but
Yeah.
I mean, I think they've played just about they've played everybody.
Yeah, and how many games will they play before next week?
They'll play
2 more
2 more tonight and
this
next
weekend?
2. No,
Oh.
they have 3 more.
Oh, wow. Holy crap.
Right?
I don't know. You tell me.
I don't know. 1 week at a time, Josh. 1 week at a time.
That's true.
You haven't
1 day at a
memorized it
time.
yet.
We're there tonight. We're here tomorrow.
We are in that time of
One
year,
day
man.
at a time.
All right, let's see, Happer. They got
Sweet Jesus.
Southern tonight, the Jaguars.
Yes.
And they have South Dakota on Saturday. That's a road game.
Yeah.
Then they have North Alabama on Tuesday.
There you go.
And then they have the
3
Nebraska.
more games.
Then they have the Creighton game on Friday. Wow.
Only 2 of which I will watch.
Wow, bummer. Are you going to peek over at our game for like a few minutes? Or are you just going to go right to the men's game next Friday?
It's a good question.
'Cause you have to do
probably
Jay's
have time
live.
to stop by.
Yeah, say hello.
Hello. Yes.
Nice, awesome. Looking forward to it. That's going to be an awesome day on 1620 The Zone.
Yes. All day.
Oh yeah, you guys are off early.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, I mean, I'll be on the air.
Be on the air,
Yeah,
but off the
he'll
show.
be on the air, and then I'll
Yeah.
be on the air.
Who's producing the game? Is it going to be Nick Grimm?
It might be me.
Nick Grimm.
I don't know.
Big haircut, Nick Grimm.
Big haircut. That's me.
That's awesome.
Odson looked at me and he's like, "Did you get a haircut?"
Oh,
during
I
the
noticed.
workday?"
I noticed. The,
Josh likes shaming people for not working.
See, I did it over my lunch hour,
Mm.
which is my time.
What's a lunch hour?
An hour where you have lunch.
People have that?
Well, if I showed up at 8:30,
I've
I'm
never
gonna
had a
take an
normal
hour for
job in
lunch.
my life. I didn't.
I know.
Yeah.
Isn't it weird that we don't have a normal job, but
Yeah.
Nick kind of does have
Yeah,
a
it's
normal
weird.
job?
Yes.
Lunch hour.
I can't do that over the lunch hour because I can never
Nick,
count
you
on
were
the.
here until what time last night?
You got a haircut and lunch in an hour?
9.
Yeah, see,
I got lunch on my way back.
you that's late.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have a lunch hour every day?
If I'm not working on a project, then I'll work through lunch.
So you just go and are just nothing?
I like to take that hour to
He
kind
closes
of.
the door.
I close the door. I like to take that hour to
Close the
decompress
door.
between the business side of things and the show. I use that hour to get my game face on, my show face on.
Interesting.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
Hmm.
I'd like to know about people's processes.
Sometimes I like to read articles, send them to the guys, ask questions.
He
that
did send us an article
I
today
hope was a decent question.
from Stephen Godfrey.
Yeah.
He wrote about UAB and Trent Dilfer.
Trent Dilfer's not a good coach. I learned that today.
Yeah.
Not really a coach at all.
No, some
He
would say.
sucks.
Yeah.
He's horrible.
Not good.
Yeah.
No, he's not very good.
Jimmy Allen hat. I think that's on purpose.
You think Trent Dilfer is saboing?
No, he thinks UAB is
I think
saboing.
UAB is saboing
Why?
themselves because a lot of people on their board of regents or their committee, they're a bunch of Alabama homers, and they hate UAB for unknown reasons. So I think they're intentionally trying to sabotage UAB football.
It's kind of the whole dumping UNO football to protect the Huskers, blah, blah, blah. That conspiracy that was going on around here.
I think it's that, but for Alabama.
Interesting.
Which is funny because if that is indeed the case, it has not worked very well the last 20 years.
No.
It's, in fact, worked very poorly.
As if UAB would ever be competitive with Alabama.
Also, it appears as if the whole, getting rid of UNO football to protect Nebraska
Dun,
That
dun,
football
dun.
also has not worked.
also did not work very well.
Yeah, bring him back. Maybe that's the
Yeah,
problem.
no, that could have been the curse.
Yeah,
When did-
Nebraska won
when did
all
we
5 of
cancel?
its national titles with
10?
UNO in
Was
existence.
it 2010? When did they cancel UNO?
Still the only college football game I've ever
All
been
the
to.
10 or 11.
UNO football fans will certainly remind us. Of when they-
2010 sounds probably right.
10, it was
Yeah.
10 or 11, one of those 2 years.
I'd never met a UNO football fan in my entire life, and then the sport got canceled.
I wish I
And then they
knew
all
which
came out of the
game that
woodwork.
was that I went to. The only college football game in my life I've been to.
It'd be pretty nice.
I
No,
think
that's
they
not
lost.
True.
You went to the Nebraska
I
game.
did before the Nebraska
Oh,
game.
you meant as a plebe.
Yes.
Okay.
As a peasant.
I was a tiny
as a
baby
peasant.
boy.
As a peasant,
My-
I went.
My rec center football league when I was a kid, we got to go after a good season.
Did you get a
What a
did you
great
get
reward.
a splinter in your
Drive 2
butt
hours to go to this crappy game.
sitting on those bleachers?
Were those wooden bleachers?
I have no idea. They might have been metal.
I think they were
bleachers.
metal.
They might have been metal.
Nick, what year do
bleachers.
you think it was?
I don't know. Dude.
Yes, UNO.
I was
It was before at least 2010.
I was still in rec center football, but we weren't doing flag football anymore. So it was tackle rec center football.
Okay, that should limit it.
I
shouldn't it?
was 4th grade, maybe. Maybe
What
it was like
year
10
What year were you in 4th grade? So 2007.
ish. Yeah, that sounds about
Right.
right.
Let's see if I can find the
Rec
2007
center
Nebraska
football.
Omaha
You-
football schedule.
Take it they don't keep track of that on the
You can find it.
OMAV's website.
Sidearm Sports. What did I, well, I don't know what this is. Oh, it's a
That's the
stats, page. Okay,
That's
here
the
we go.
stats page.
All right, Nick. Let's see. They played.
It would have been. It had to have been toward the end of this season.
All right. So
I don't
on
know what rec center
November
football is.
24th, they played Central Washington and lost 20-17.
That had to be it.
Honestly,
November 1st, they played South Dakota and they won 41-14.
I don't think they won the game I was at.
Okay, then that was actually
That might be it.
the Central Washington game. Do you remember it being chilly? Chilly.
Well, maybe it wasn't. What's it say on the? It should have a
Uh,
weather.
on this page on
On the
yeah.
PDF.
38 degrees and overcast.
Perfect.
The game kicked off at 1:05.
Perfect.
What's up?
At Al Caniglia Stadium.
Oh, look at that, Greg the leg.
Greg Zerline was in that
Nice,
game.
he scored. Yes, UNO. Oh man, they were up 17-14,
Ouch.
and they were up 17-7. Wow! And then 2 scores in the last minute. Holy crap! There was a 100-yard kickoff return.
What a
That-
game.
Certainly,
Wow.
you would remember that.
And then I think they must have gotten an onside because then they scored a minute and a half later.
A lot of this was before I really cared or paid attention to
Sad.
watching football.
He's
Oh.
probably thinking about Pokemon.
I probably was. I liked to play football, but I didn't really pay attention to any football.
Mm.
I was probably more concerned about figuring out where to get a cowbell. They sold those there. Or like the noisemakers. I think they had those.
You're
too.
probably concerned
Oh,
about
yeah.
player safety as well.
I don't
Look
think
at
I
all these
cared
guys
back
running
then.
into each
Nobody
other.
cared about that in 2007.
No, we were still
Ed
doing.
Cunningham was like, hit him harder.
We were still.
No, Ed
we were-
Cunningham was like, we got to get this out
Not
of our
yet.
game.
Not in 2007, he wasn't.
In 2010. he
but we
was.
were definitely still doing. What was
I'm
the
a
bit they used
baby.
to do on Monday nights?
Jacked up.
Yeah.
jacked.
Bring back
up.
Jacked Up.
Yeah.
I loved Jacked
That
Up.
was great.
Yeah, it's gone now. Jed, I think he took a bit of umbrage to when I said UNO football fans. Says, I had season tickets for UNO football for about the last 7 years and went to a road game almost every year.
For
Jed really is the ultimate.
I
for
am not-
S's and G's, can you look up 2006 around the same
Sure.
time for me?
Oh my God.
But Jed, you should be appreciative that there's no more UNO football because now you can
Da-na-na.
be at home to watch more
action.
football.
Excellent point. Excellent point. All
Because
right.
UNO is keeping you from watching other games.
I don't feel sadness that UNO football doesn't exist anymore, but I
But-
don't feel happiness that they don't exist
You're just
anymore.
indifferent.
Wow,
I
so
just-
UNO football is like a dog to you.
Exactly.
Wow.
I don't feel happiness
Wow.
Or
when a
sadness.
dog leaves.
But you also
planet
don't feel
Earth.
sadness.
I feel
So
more
if you-
sadness than
If
happiness.
people were posting pictures like, hey, I'm at the UNO game on Instagram, you'd be like, scroll, scroll, scroll. Don't really care. Don't really care. That's how you'd feel.
Actually,
You'd say
yeah.
something mean about their dogs.
Nick, in 2006, North Dakota beat UNO 38-35.
Were they still the Fighting Sioux?
on
Oh, yeah, at that time?
on November the 25th. The weather that day, 45 degrees, partly cloudy and calm. Could it have been that game? It kicked off
Definitely.
at 12 o'clock.
Search
It
is over.
could
We
have
found it.
probably been that game too.
It could have probably.
I
Interesting.
don't remember.
You
I
should
really don't
email
remember.
your team or whatever.
I don't remember who my coach was.
They had
Mr.
lights
Case.
at Caniglia.
It
right?
wasn't Mr.
Yep.
Casey.
They play
Yeah.
night games there.
Yeah, okay.
Da-na-na.
It was definitely a day game.
Yes, it was for sure a day game.
Daytime.
We were a bunch of tiny baby kids. Could you imagine hauling a bunch of 8-year-olds to
Yeah.
Omaha at night?
ice cream. Yeah.
What's
This
the
isn't
difference?
Crime Town, Nick.
Oh, good point.
Yeah, but like an hour and a half away in a bus.
YouTube user wants to know, Nick, what color was the other team's jersey?
Great question.
Don't remember.
Purple?
I don't remember.
Wow.
Blue?
I have very little memory.
Green?
I have flashes of
Orange?
memories of this
Interesting.
Huh.
So it did not make a
impact on me. No, it did
indelible
not.
impact on your
Apparently
life.
not.
Mavs.
And that's why they had to get rid of it.
Yeah, because of Nick.
Because
People
they
like
found,
you.
They found out that it did not make a mark on Nick.
their
Yep.
colors.
Mr.
used
Casey throwing a football in his face? Yes.
I remember-
UNO football? No.
Being excited to go to a college football game, and then we got there, and I had never heard of UNO in my life. Like,
Da-na-na.
what is this place?
Mm.
This
That's
is a
like when
football
Lanny
team?
Holstein
Omaha.
realized there was a Nebraska basketball team that was under the same umbrella
Yeah.
as the Nebraska football. And he was
Shocking
like, He was like
revelation.
13.
Yeah.
Lanny.
Well, I mean,
See,
yeah.
I wonder because Neville actually used to
Kind of
play
understandable.
football at UNO. So part of me has wondered if Neville was playing that game that I was at, because Neville was at UNO,
At that time?
but I don't know which time.
Oh,
I don't know.
I didn't realize
anything.
Mike played at UNO. I knew his brother played at
Iowa State.
Yeah. Okay.
His brother played at Iowa State. He played at UNO.
Da-na-na.
Football boy.
Wow. And he's a Raiders fan.
He is a Raiders fan.
And Notre Dame.
Interesting.
It's a combination.
Yeah. Wow.
It is.
There you go. And that's talking ball.
We love talking ball,
We do.
especially last night. Let's dig into that.
Oh, wow.
No, let's not. It was a bad game.
How often does a
It
quarterback?
was. There was a lot of interceptions.
How often
Lot
is
of
it that a
fumbles.
quarterback
Very
tackles
interception-y
the
this week.
person that
Yes.
intercepted his ball? Does that happen often?
That happens enough. It's not a rarity.
It's cool to see. It was cool to see Tua take initiative.
Was it?
Do you think Tua gets offended when Devon Achane has his Guardian cap on?
It may
I-
not offend Tua, but I guarantee
His
you it
dad?
offends another
I like to think-
Tongue of
I like to think that
Iowa.
Achane-
Mr. Tua.
Mr. Tua.
I like to think that Achan does it to spite Tua. Like he wears it.
It's possible.
I think he's
His
doing
dad
it to try to
definitely
get
calls
Tua too.
H.N. the P word.
Oh,
Oh.
for sure.
definitely.
Bold question.
Definitely.
100%.
He definitely
no,
does.
No doubt in my mind. It is funny to
Tua,
see
you're not
guys-
going to give the ball to that.
Yep.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You got to put in that other guy right.
Yeah, that there's other players on the Dolphins that have the Guardian cap, but not Tua is just like there
So
was the
funny.
sack that he took last night, and I'm just like, oh my gosh, he's here. It comes.
Is he
again.
okay?
Yep.
I
Got
so
up.
I do like that he's
We have
wearing
to
the
talk
Guardian.
about fencing again.
Yeah.
I
It's
like
not
the-
the Olympics. I don't want to talk about fencing during football season.
I like that HN is wearing the Guardian cap,
Yeah.
but he is so small that he looks like a bobblehead.
He is very tiny.
Well,
Like
in
a-
fairness,
oh, wait.
those things
Oh.
look huge because the
Yeah.
Rams have an offensive lineman who wears one, and they
So do the Bucks.
they look just out of place on everyone. But
They do. They look really weird.
The covers they put on them look
Oh,
good.
the covers
though.
are
You
fine.
can't
I
tell
mean,
as
from a
good
distance.
as you could. Oh,
Yeah.
you could definitely tell.
yeah,
From a distance.
Yeah.
yeah,
Mm.
because
You need a
I mean
better
the
TV
head
next
is so
to
much bigger.
That's a great TV.
I think the Bucks one looks the worst of the teams that I've seen. Them and
Well,
Because
that's
their
'cause-
colors.
yeah.
weird.
and the Patriots because the Patriots helmet is very shiny,
Gray,
but the
yeah.
thing is like it's like a matte.
It's
It's
flat.
just- yeah, so it
It's
doesn't
hard to
look very good.
replicate
You can only
that
do-
color.
so many things.
Maybe they should bedazzle those things.
They should
There
make
you
them
go.
put little sparkles in.
Oh,
them.
that could be
Taylor
fun.
Swift. Or what's Kyle Juszczyk's wife? She's making coats for everybody.
Great.
I forgot
Maybe
about Kyle Juszczyk's
that can
wife.
be the incentive to get players to wear the Guardian cap. You can decorate it like how hockey goalies get to decorate their helmets.
No.
They
Now,
do. Wow,
this
how
is-
did you know that?
There's a frolfer that plays in the NHL, and I've seen his thing on Reddit.
Incredible.
Wait, there's a frolfer that.
That whole sentence was crazy.
Yeah.
Yes, it was.
There's an
He's a frolfer
Frolfer
that plays
plays
in
in
the
NHL.
NFL.
I saw it on Reddit.
he's not a professional frolfer, but he dabbles in frolf and he likes it so much
It's like
that he
Steph Curry, how he golfs.
yeah.
Yeah, like an athlete doing a normal thing
Oh,
on
I
the side.
I did see another thing on Twitter the other day though, where soccer golf is starting to
Yeah, I've seen this.
take off.
What?
Yeah,
What?
in Europe, it's exactly what it's soccer golf.
They have the hole is gigantic.
It's giant.
And so you're just kicking the ball instead of throwing a frisbee.
Yes.
That's right.
That's what it is.
And it's on a golf course.
Why don't they just call it kick golf?
golf.
Great question.
Because that's what it is. It's like when we used to play kickball in gym class.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
It was kickball.
We played this
So
game
kick
in
golf.
elementary school. We just kicked the ball back and forth. This long line and you just try to catch it.
Oh,
It was third grade. I don't really remember why.
I really.
Boy, that's when you know your PE teacher's given up.
Yeah.
No, it's
Hey,
I'm
let's
just
kick
going to
out
sit
there,
over
just
here
kick
and
it.
keep
This is
reading
recess.
this People magazine. You guys just kick the ball back.
Oh, so
and
you
forth.
made up the game.
Yeah, it was. It was our own recess game.
We had like 3 different versions of kickball that our gym teacher would have. It was normal kickball where it was in the diamond shape.
Yeah, like baseball.
And then there was square kickball where it was just in the corners of the gym.
What was the third version?
Something with pirates. Like you could have multiple people on a mat, but you couldn't have more than 4.
Mat ball?
Maybe
All right.
mat ball. It might have been mat ball.
We made the onside kick game. I love the onside kick game.
What's that?
So it's 2 people in basically the area of like a goal. It's probably smaller than a soccer goal, wider than a hockey goal. And you're, I don't know, 10, 15, 20 yards apart or something like that. Probably not as much as 20. You have a football and then you punt it, but you punt it on the ground so it bounces in all these different directions and you have to stop it from going in the goal. Very difficult. People would get hit in the face.
Oh.
All sorts of weird bounces.
Fun.
Very fun.
That sounds like a fun game.
I was a really good kickball pitcher.
What do kids play at recess today?
I don't know. What are some of the
Phone.
games
Probably
you made up?
woke ball.
That's certainly a made up game.
Yep.
I'm trying to remember because I know we had some good made up games, and I'm trying to remember what some of them
We'd throw
were.
perfect spirals and we would just throw the ball and then we would say Dixon, like Dennis Dixon. And that was a game.
What was
Great
what was,
reference.
Yeah.
He was awesome.
He threw great spirals.
What was that game where a guy would throw the ball and give a point?
500.
500. We played that a lot,
Oh yeah.
but I
Did
honestly
you ever
mostly
play
played.
500? Is that
No.
Pat, do you know what 500 is?
What is it?
Mystery Box 500.
It's kind of like it's almost like a Hail Mary every play, but everyone is standing on one end except for the
And
quarterback.
the person calls out how much money it's worth.
Or
And so
points.
once-
Oh,
or
okay.
whatever.
Once
I've
you
heard of
got 500,
I've-
did you then get to play quarterback?
But then there was one at the end. It was just jackpot.
Yeah.
And you could say jackpot.
Don't really remember
And then
why.
there was a version of it where you could just do pickup, right? Jackpot pickup, where it could hit the ground. There would be a huge scrum for the ball.
Hmm.
You know,
I don't know if I played that one.
it's a different version.
We played a game with a tennis ball. We'd throw it across the street and try to throw tough ground balls to each other.
Oh yeah.
And then we got real dangerous and decided let's wait until a car comes by and then throw it, and
Love
then,
Oh yeah.
and then try to have it ricochet into the car.
We
And the one time that it did, and the car stopped, and we all
we kind of had phases like seasons, I guess. If it was nice outside, like summer or fall time or springtime, we were playing touch football.
Yeah.
But then once the snow was on the ground, they wouldn't let us leave the concrete, so then we'd play horse and basketball.
Yeah.
Worse.
Nothing more
Pretty good at horse.
annoying than playing basketball when it's like rained and then your hands just get all wet and chilly.
Like you have the gross basketballs that the schools
hated
had
that
for
crap.
20 years.
Oh,
Also,
dude, yeah, those
barely
basketballs
bounce.
suck. We played, going back to John's tennis ball story, my friend and I, we played football on the street that I lived, Ida Street, just off of 30th Street down by Minnelusa.
Oh, you owned it.
Nice. And we played football there. Well, every now and then a car would drive by. We throw the football over the car.
Of course.
This truck stopped one time and got out, and he
Yeah.
was not happy.
Real angry.
Wow.
What are you doing playing in the street? This is where I live. I don't know. What do you want me
Have
to
you
say?
got to that point in your life where if a kid tried to throw a ball over your car, you'd stop and chase after him?
No, I'd probably.
John, are you old enough
I
to
mean,
do that yet?
if anything, I would almost stop and thank them for being outside and playing.
There you go. That's the
seriously,
new old man.
seriously, there's
You're just like me.
they don't play outside anymore.
much pride.
They don't play outside anymore.
They're not playing.
No,
I hear
Fortnite.
children on my street.
Thank you for not being on your Xbox,
There's-
kids.
Kids outside of my girlfriend's neighborhood all the time. They're delinquents.
Nice.
There was a kid.
So you would yell at them.
Yeah, there was a kid who
Go
was just,
inside and get on your cell phone.
he would just pick up those signs that people would have in their yard. Some political signs, but mostly just like advertising signs.
Yeah.
And he was just chucking them.
Okay, now that would piss me off.
Yeah.
I was
Like,
over at
get out of
my
my yard.
I was over at my parents a couple weeks ago, and they live backed up to like a line of stores, and so there's an area in the back, that is neither their backyard or really belongs to the store. It's just like a road, basically.
Yeah.
There was a kid walking around, and I was watching. I was like, "What the hell is that guy doing?" And then all of a sudden, he got out like a BB gun or a pellet gun
Jeez.
and shot it at the house.
Damn.
He just and we heard the little ping off the house. My dad's like, "What the hell?" And he went out there and ran after the guy. That was
Wow.
I was like, "What? What is going on?"
Yeah, see, hey, John would say,
Delinquents, as Nick said.
John would say,
John would say, "Great
Hey,
job."
at least you're outside playing.
Wow. John here for
He's not-
vandalism.
oh,
play.
interesting. Don't tear down goalposts, but shoot Happer's parents' house.
Did you guys ever play tetherball? We had a couple tetherball.
Which one's
poles.
tetherball?
Tetherball's awesome.
It's the
Oh, I
ball
hated
with the
that
rope.
stupid
Yeah, I
game.
never
I
liked
never
it.
understood how
I liked it.
how that game worked. We had Foursquare too. Some kids weirdly got into Foursquare.
I never
Well, the
got into
idea was to
Foursquare.
get the ball wrapped around all the way.
Yeah.
In the direction. that
Napoleon
you're going.
Dynamite.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't like tetherball. I thought that was
Lame.
very lame.
We had like 6
You like to be
basketball hoops on our
untethered.
playground. 6. There was one where it was a court, like a tiny court, but a court, and then we just had like 4 individual hoops around the corner.
Nice playground.
It was annoying in the winter though because they had a strict "you're not allowed on the grass unless you're wearing sweatpants and boots" rule. So if you were playing horse and you overshot, you just can't go out and get the ball.
Wow, that's really strict.
Yeah, you'd get yelled at. You'd have to go to the wall for 5 minutes. Which it was a 15-minute recess.
Wall. Sometimes you go to the wall.
Mhm.
Sometimes you got to go inside. Wall ball, great game.
What's wall ball?
You throw the
Ball,
ball off the wall.
I guess I don't know why I asked.
What
and
is
then
it?
it comes back to you and you have to like pick it up cleanly and throw it back against the wall. But if you miss and it tips off you, you have to go touch the wall.
We got yelled
I
at
don't
for doing
remember
that,
that one.
because the walls were next to classrooms and like their teachers are trying to teach.
I liked dodgeball
Dodgeball was great.
until we got older, and then the ball started. They weren't as
The foam balls,
yeah,
the gator balls.
The
it's
rhino
not as-
skins.
Yeah, it's not as good as the old ones.
No.
about
Because the
half
other ones you could throw them really
I
hard.
like when there was a threat of injury.
Oh yeah.
about halfway through high school, our gym teacher started to sprinkle in the big rubber balls with the rhino skin balls.
Mhm.
And the rule was if you hit somebody in the face, then their entire jail gets out. But otherwise, they're fair game. Just don't hit them in the groin or the face.
Small target.
Yeah, we didn't have any rules. You just go.
It was the 70s.
It
Yeah.
was the 70s, and we called it war ball.
War ball.
Yeah, we called it dodgeball.
Run across the line, start beating the crap out of the kid.
What
with
was
the ball.
Red Rover? You ever played Red Rover?
Red Rover.
Oh,
Come on
everyone's-
over.
everyone's
All right.
played
Do
Red
they
I
Rover.
still
never
play
played that.
Red Rover?
I never played it.
Why
Freeze
not?
tag.
Red Rover's awesome. You try to break through people's arms.
They probably just text each other. Text.
Yeah.
And then they stand on the other side of the
You sound
playground
like
and they
drunk
just-
uncle
they
right now.
text each other.
Yeah.
Text me. Text me.
Negative split swimming says, as kids, we would throw the football over the roof of a house and try to catch it.
Yes,
classic
great
game.
Yes,
Classic
yes.
game.
Great game.
Throw it over. All right, here it comes.
Play catch over the top of the house.
Slam ball. Anybody have a trampoline where they have a little basketball
I
hoop
never
attached to it?
got to
Just
do that.
Slam it.
We did have this stupid hoop in our basement and try to yam it on
Love
there. Yeah.
WWE wrestling moves on the trampoline.
Remember
Oh,
the
yeah.
commercials for the wrestling? What was it called? Like when people do it at home?
The Run and Wrestling Connection?
backyard wrestling.
Backyard
They'd be
wrestling.
jumping off of houses. And they're like, "Don't do this, but buy our video, please."
Yes.
Okay, interesting.
A couple friends of mine, when I was a tiny baby boy,
Yeah.
had a trampoline, and we found out that if you put water on the trampoline, you can bounce higher. So we were triple bouncing each other.
Is that true?
Yes.
I don't
You
know
can
if
bounce
that's
higher
true.
because of water.
It was
The
more
water-
fun, but I don't know if it was true.
The water made you jump higher on the trampoline.
I don't believe.
I don't
it.
understand the physics behind it, but I know that I almost hit my head
I
on a
don't think
branch that
that's
was
right.
way higher.
It
Than
doesn't seem
It was
right.
more fun.
We tested it though, because we knew how high we would go without the
Tested
water,
it?
Sounds like
and then
you-
we put water on there, and then we went way higher.
You sandbagged the dry test.
I didn't sandbag anything.
Nice.
I guess we need to have the folks who have trampolines to have their kids go out and attempt this.
Mhm.
Nobody has trampolines, John.
Oh, there's a lot of you see them all
Kids
the
don't go
time.
outside.
Well, that's true, but you do see a lot of trampolines. It seems like after every storm, there's trampolines that get,
That's
people
true.
take pictures of. Hey, there's trampolines in my yard now.
I have a trampoline
John,
halfway inside my
it's
house.
almost like the tornadoes, instead of going after mobile homes, go after trampoline
it's just
parks.
trampolines.
Yeah,
Do you think
And
there
they
was?
just scatter
There's
the
trampolines everywhere.
Do you think there was a guy who got upset that trampolines started getting the safety nets around them? Back in my day,
Of course.
for sure?
they
I
put
was.
nets around
People love
because of
culture
woke.
wars.
I was not about that. Like I was upset when I couldn't jump off the trampoline anymore.
onto the ground.
Onto the ground, yeah, and do like dive rolls.
I liked the safety net because I was always scared I was going to get my leg caught in the springs, between the springs.
I did. It hurt.
I would hate that.
Yeah. Built toughness, though.
Mm.
Look at me now.
I just
You're
wanted.
running everywhere. You got great legs.
Yeah, John. How about my knees? Feeling good. Lifted yesterday. Felt
Better
good.
knock on wood.
Felt good.
Better knock on wood.
Yeah, you better. Careful.
I don't want to be sitting here.
If I ever hurt my knees,
in
John is
April.
going to be like you when something happens. A certain something happens.
I just don't
a
want to be
man's
here
best friend.
in
That
April
doesn't
and then turn on
happen.
TV while I'm doing the
Oh,
show and there's a
ESPN?
ESPN special report about how some guy's knees blew up during the Boston Marathon.
Don't.
Unreal. You can't make a blow up joke about the
what I was
Boston
going for.
Marathon.
Talking about your
John.
knees.
Can't wait to hear what you say about One World Trade Center next.
Have you seen
How?
the guys? Nick, I'm sure you've seen them, but
All right.
John, I'm sure you haven't. So this is directly at you, Josh. Have you seen the guys on TikTok who do the boom thing? The Costco guys?
Oh,
Probably
Mhm.
not.
no.
Nick, you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
So those guys apparently were at. So their thing is they say boom.
They do.
Don't ask me
And
to
they probably
explain.
make so much money.
They
Yeah.
are filthy rich.
They are.
Ridiculous.
They
Why
were
don't
on
I
Jimmy-
start a TikTok for
Okay,
dumb
hold
stuff?
on,
They
hold
were
on,
on-
hold on, hold on, hold on.
Okay.
Let me finish the story.
Let Happer
Okay.
finish.
Somebody saw them at the airport.
No.
It started-
Is
And they were just
Chance in here
yelling
today?
boom, 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 back and forth at each other in the airport.
Josh,
It's like meet
these
the parents. You can't say bomb on an
Can't say bomb on an
airplane.
airplane.
these
bomb on
boom
an airplane?
guys, they were on Fallon
Blah, blah,
Yeah.
blah, 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 blah.
with the Rizzler. Remember that picture?
I hate that whole sentence. That
Yep.
whole sentence.
Yeah.
I did
I
not
hate that I
like.
said it.
Yeah.
What are they called? The boom guys.
the Costco guys.
Hey, whatever happened to the guys, the kids from Omaha who they got really popular for? Remember Vine? They did the thing where it was like
the singing.
4x4. It was like
Yeah.
a 4x4,
Oh.
and they wrote equals 16,
Yeah, yeah,
and they became really famous.
yeah, they did.
Yeah,
whatever
what was their
happened to
name?
They were like West Side kids, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
they were really famous.
Yeah.
And then
Jack.
was it Jack and Jack?
Jack.
And then I think they started to sing, and then nobody cared anymore.
Yeah.
Wonder what they're doing.
Everyone always tries to parlay their fame into musical careers.
They really do. You
Stupid.
just got to stick
Just
to bits.
keep doing
Oh,
bits.
the nerd vandalism.
Yeah.
Oh,
That was a funny. It
that
was
was
a
funny.
really funny idea.
Mhm.
And they were famous. I think Severe actually had them on his old show,
Love
the World
it.
Herald show. Yeah.
World Herald show.
Yeah.
Nice.
Remember the World Herald show?
I do.
I think I have some.
Severe talked about so many things on that show.
He did.
A lot of things. Tom.
Well, it's part of it was because they
it wasn't
wanted
a sports show.
It, yeah, it was.
And it was 4 hours.
It's long.
Solo radio. Can you imagine?
I couldn't. Couldn't be me.
If you want more stories about Michael Severe,
But not about the World Herald.
it comes up a little bit.
Go to 1620thezone.com.
What is this?
25
It's not the
years.
World Herald 25th
Talk about
anniversary.
him leaving and then coming back.
Also,
Leaving, coming back.
there might be some more pictures on there now too.
Put $1 and got a car. What?
Really?
Yeah.
More of your beard?
No,
Okay, that's good.
it's the ones you sent.
Oh, okay. I
What,
sent some
what
cool-
were they, Josh?
Josh taking a dad nap.
Odson taking
Odson
a dad
taking
nap.
a dad nap.
What else do we got? Oh,
Historic,
there it is. Oh,
iconic.
the very cool photo of John and I in Boulder. It's a very cool photo.
It is a cool
That was
photo.
my Twitter avatar for
Mm.
years.
It was.
That's a good one. Indeed it was. Look at all these great photos. Oh, hey,
Historic.
look. COVID. One Beer Friday COVID edition. Remember the Natty Light? Remember Natter Days?
I
Those
liked
were
Natter
good.
Days. Natter Days were really good.
I thought we did Natter Days in the studio.
Well, we also did it from home.
Huh. I don't remember that one.
Well, I did it.
I like Natter. Can we do Natter Day Wednesdays? Dumb debate Natter Days.
Too many.
Do they still?
days.
Do they even make those anymore? Or did they go the way of those
feel like
kids
that-
from West Side?
They still have to make Natter Days were people
Or
like Natter
certain
Days.
dogs.
Black Cat says Jack and Jack are still very famous.
Oh, very good.
Jack and Jack.
Which is why we couldn't remember their names.
Yeah, very famous.
They're very famous. Yes, thank you.
Let's see. They are an American pop rap duo.
pop rap.
Mm.
Nick, are they pop or metal?
Those are the kids we're talking about, right? Those are the guys.
Yep. Let's see.
I don't think very famous is appropriate. in this
Let's see.
case.
2020 through present is hiatus, solo careers, and 2022 return. So they're back.
Folks,
They returned with 2 releases, Runaway and Right Here With You, 2 years ago.
congrats to them.
Yeah. Shout out to them.
Sure, it's great stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure it's great.
They did something in 2014 called a Digi Tour.
It's a digital tour, probably.
Oh,
What do they go on Zoom?
Did that exist in
They were
2014?
pumped for COVID.
It was
They're like, perfect.
it was
Finally
probably
aging into it.
Skype in 2014, right?
Yikes.
Yeah, the weird part about them now is, according to Wikipedia, they're both 28.
Do you think
I'll always imagine them being like 12.
Do you think Skype is pissed?
They should be.
They really fumbled
Yeah,
COVID.
really
Yes, of
screwed
course
that
they did.
They've been around forever.
I remember the first time someone was like, "Hey, you want to Zoom?" I'm like, "What
Make
is
all those weird
Zoom?"
noises, Skype.
You want to Skype me?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like you were going underwater. Yeah, but then everybody was zooming.
Yeah.
Why were they zooming?
I don't know why
happened?
Zoom overtook Skype. That doesn't make any
It just
sense.
happened. It was just one day and
Well,
everyone zoomed.
It was, honestly, it was probably a better platform.
It must have been
Well,
better
100%.
for work.
Yeah,
because
business.
It
Because
must
that's
have
where,
been
that's
much
where
better.
it was. It
Yeah.
was, people using it as a virtual meeting room.
Remember when we would do the Zoom meetings for here, and everybody's phone would be unmuted. We'd be getting on these Zooms, and you would hear car doors
Classic.
and just wind.
Classic.
Your Damon, your phone is
Yes.
muted right now. It was so funny. Oh my gosh.
Ugh.
It's like you realize as the meeting organizer, you can just mute everybody. And it took us several meetings to figure that out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bring back Zoom meetings.
Do not.
I'm still mad that nobody noticed the time that I was doing it from the car. And I didn't have the audio on, but I had the phone
you did have your
pointing
camera on.
out the window. It was like an in-car camera just driving down the
Dash
interstate.
cam.
But but no one acknowledged it. So it was like it was
Nobody even said
it
anything.
was a joke that was funny
That's
to
how
me.
much everyone cared.
No one was paying attention, either visually or with their ears.
Oh
I
my
think it's
gosh.
funny retrospectively, Josh. John, if I was there, I would have laughed.
Oh man.
Very funny. But I
Good
was not.
times.
You were not.
Nope.
Did not miss
You didn't
those
work
days.
here.
Well, I hope you guys enjoy Iron Man, which is on right now.
The first one?
No, that's the second.
No, that's
one.
not the first one.
I didn't like the second one.
I kind of liked the second one.
I didn't like the second one or the third one.
I want
I
my
loved
board.
The first one was great.
Isn't
though.
the third one like notoriously bad?
I don't know if it's notoriously bad. It was fine.
Okay.
It was cool. It was cool to see all the suits.
I only saw it once. I remember not liking it.
I don't remember any
don't
specific
think-
parts of any
I don't
of
think
the
I
Iron
saw
Mans.
any of it.
I saw the first Iron Man in theaters for my birthday when it came out.
Mm.
It was really cool.
Few people pointed out, including Adam, when COVID started, Zoom was quick to integrate into Microsoft Office / Outlook, making it the de
Mm.
facto work conference tool. Skype was dead
There you
after
go.
that.
John was right.
Nice.
You
Shout
got it.
out, John.
It was
R.I.P.
just
Skype.
easier.
Mm-hmm.
I used to Skype people all the time as a teenager.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't think I
That's
did that
that's
very
how I would do shows remotely on the road.
It's cool to video chat people.
That's right. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, from hotels, right?
Mhm.
Different time.
Dude.
Very different time.
Indeed, it was.
Indeed, it was.
We have a lot. We now have the capability to have broadcasts sound good anywhere.
Really do. It.
There
John
really is
going
no
on the
excuse.
Well,
road-
some of us, some do.
Some have the ability, yes.
John
some
going
have
on
the
the road
ability, some don't use it.
was kind of a crapshoot for a while, where like it'd be fine, and then 2:00 would hit, and suddenly the firewall in the hotel would mess up his internet.
Yeah.
And we're like, what in the world happens at 2? And so Stibbs and I just like classic technology with John, but come to find out, it was probably the
It
hotel.
was just a hotel's
It
fault.
was just the hotel.
Yeah.
Just the
Those
hotel.
days are
Those days are over.
mostly over.
Yeah.
It's gonna have to do some shows from hotels soon.
I was just gonna say we got our confirmation email today about Vegas and our
Well, but
credentials.
but they have a nice little setup.
No, yeah, it's just more. I was excited for the credential.
They have a radio row.
No, I'm saying at
Oh,
your
yeah.
place.
Oh, yeah.
At your place.
Are you coming over to
the
hang out with us, by the way?
He has to on Monday.
on Monday?
Yeah, he's doing the show with us.
Yeah, on Monday.
Are we doing? What are we doing? We should probably figure that
Yeah,
out.
let's talk about it.
All right, cool. We can talk about it.
Tips and tricks.
Nice. Can't wait.
All right. There's your crossover.
Bye, Happer.
Bye.
Good to see you, Happer.
Bye, Ever Level Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com on 1620 The Zone.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Okay, it's Tuesday. Another day to react to Dana Holgorsen.
Dana Holgorsen.
Dana.
How neat is this?
Is it?
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
How we doing, fellas?
I'm great. Andy writes, are you guys doing Circa again? Hell yeah, we are, Andy.
We are.
Gonna be there in 2 weeks.
See if I can find Vegas Nick again.
Yep. Hopefully he comes back.
I'm tired. I don't know. It just hit me all of a sudden.
Yeah, you were great in the crossover. You seem so awake.
No, I wasn't really awake.
At least he's not cranky today.
Oh, I'm cranky.
Oh.
I'm very cranky.
Because of the Rams?
Hey, look, Matthew Stafford got sacked again. It's funny. We get back 2 of our offensive linemen, and the line got worse. I was screaming in the middle of the game, put in the other line.
No, we will handshake meme, though, because that fake flop thing that Liam Eichenberg did.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't like Eichenberg anyway.
I was triggered, but at that point, it was like there was nothing that was going to make me happy unless they somehow came back and won, but that wasn't going to happen.
I'm confused about him specifically because he's notorious for holding and false starts just all the time. If there's a holding penalty, it's probably him.
Well, he flopped, and it worked. But that's not why they lost.
Why'd they lose?
Because they couldn't protect the quarterback.
Yeah, it was pretty bad. They got sacked a lot.
Oh, the Dolphins have the worst pass rush in the league.
Sacked again.
Sack.
Yeah.
And then when we'd get some momentum going, hey, here's a snap over your freaking head. Oh, here's a fumble. Here's a drop ball.
Yeah.
Oh, well. We're all out on football now.
I mean, he's probably back in, aren't you?
For now.
For now. Interesting.
For now.
He's ready for baseball season.
We do have 2 bad losses to a bad Dolphins team and a bad Bears team.
Yeah.
Weird.
That team sucks.
This is weird.
They suck.
But hey, guess what? They fired their offensive coordinator too, so all is well.
Dude, did you read the story? And I meant to make reference to this in the crossover with Happer because there was a story on The Ringer.
The Ringer.
I'm trying to remember who wrote it. It was Stephen Ruiz. And he wrote about Caleb Williams. And the paragraph that Happer read on the air earlier, I mean, it basically read like Nebraska.
Oh, God.
Yeah, where Williams is exasperating the issues, holding on to the ball too long, missing throws, typical mistakes for a rookie quarterback. A good infrastructure would allow a young quarterback to work around these challenges without being punished too heavily. The receivers aren't playing well. They can't get on the same page. One of the receivers has had issues with effort. It was like, wow, that was quite the paragraph.
Does sound very familiar, doesn't it?
Indeed it does.
It does sound
Indeed
very
it does.
familiar.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's get into it. It's the Grum Down, brought to you by
What
the
happened?
referees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
That's a blue
I
square.
accidentally deleted the old.
I have it. I can get it to you.
Well, yeah, but it's probably not the.
You want me to make a new one, John? I can make you a fun template in Canva. Did you see my thumbnail?
No, I don't
today?
want a Canva. I want it on here so we can control it. I can make.
You can control it on
can't control
Canva.
No. I don't have Canva. I use
Canva's
the
a
power-
website.
I understand that.
You log it. But
You
anyway,
don't like the new Grum Down? Look how blue it is.
I have the Grum Down.
Well, but I can't fix that in the PowerPoint. That's not a PowerPoint, is it?
yes, it is. I'll send it.
Well,
to
let's try this.
you. It looks. No offense, John. It doesn't look as good.
Well,
The blue.
I didn't have time to mess with
No,
it.
that's fine. I'm just going to send you the old one so it'll fix. That's all I'm trying to say. Look.
Oh, I kind of like this one.
Do you?
No, you
Anyway.
don't.
Do you really?
You're
Anyway.
like Jerry Jones. You're just being stubborn now for the sake of being stubborn.
Just give me time.
No, we
I
don't
didn't have
want-
time today.
No, we're not criticizing the Grum down. We're criticizing that you want to stick with this one for no reason.
I
I'll
didn't
send it
say
to
I
you.
wanted to. I just did.
Well,
I threw it together as fast as I could because I had other things to do.
There
I
you go.
accidentally deleted the OG.
How did that happen?
I don't know.
Put it.
I was deleting other files and it got deleted.
Interesting.
He kneeled it.
We tell you not to delete so many things, John. You love deleting.
I'm not a hoarder. I hate it. Drives me nuts when people hoard.
There's a difference between
Drives me
hoarding
nuts.
and keeping important documents.
Yes.
That
Well,
you're gonna have to refer back
John,
to.
you
it
can't
was
defend this.
accidental.
You still did it.
It was accidental.
So what's on the show today?
Well, obviously you can't read it because it looks so horrible to you.
I mean,
Has
don't look
Rule
like-
done this before? Yes, he did.
John, are you okay? What's going on? You're falling apart.
That monster came back in a hurry.
Star Wars Fiend, maybe he should have worn his glasses and he would have seen what he was deleting.
Oh, where's your glasses, John?
Yeah.
Don't know. Don't care.
He deleted those too.
Ah,
How many playoff contenders remain?
Oh.
And should the Big Ten be penalized for weak schedules?
cupcakes.
Bet they don't tackle that on the old Kings of the North podcast, do they?
They do.
Oh, they do.
They cover the sport in a great way, John.
Do they
I would
say
love
the
to-
Big Ten isn't worthy because we don't play anybody good?
No, they have 4 teams making the playoff. I've wanted to bring
Well, of
Doug
course
onto
they
the
do.
Grum, but you're always bullying him, so he probably wouldn't want to come on the show. And he'd be like, plus his PowerPoints are bad.
Michael Brunts will join us from Husker 24/7.
Nice.
And Steve Sipple from Husker Online.
Nice.
The hot take market.
Oh?
What's up with the Cavs?
What? An NBA topic.
Why?
Let's go.
Why
Shoot
can't
you.
we? Shouldn't we start previewing Creighton baseball by now? We have their schedule. Why can't we break that
No.
down game by
Happer
game?
talked to Ed Service on the Jays pod recently. It's all available for you.
We'll
there,
get
Nick.
there. We'll get there.
Yeah, it'll be February in 3 months.
And the
soon enough.
NFL's most popular player isn't Mahomes.
Says who?
You'll find out.
What? That person's an
On
idiot.
the all-new and improved Grum Down. 402-951-1620. John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com. That's the Equitable Bank inbox. At Equitable, we take banking personally and answer the phone on the first ring.
Mm-hmm.
And
And
402-951-1620. 42 degrees, the source. By your mom's house.
yep.
It's the hotline. How much, I was thinking about this morning. How much do you think this move of changing offensive coordinators was in reaction to the negative fan reaction of the last few days?
Few weeks.
Well, but
It's really ramped up, right?
Oh,
Since-
I mean,
Are you
the
asking if
UCLA
it's ramped up since UCLA?
yeah, it's the UCLA game did. I mean, certainly people were pretty down after the Indiana game, but then got the false sense of hope with the schizophrenic Huskers after the Ohio State game and
Sure,
the
sure,
4-minute long post-game sermon.
Sure.
But then,
Yeah.
But yeah, I think the UCLA game was a breaking point in terms of folks and their trust of Matt Rule.
So real quick,
It's when things started to shift over from, all right, forget about Satterfield, forget about some of those. Now we're looking at you. At least that was the impression I got. And we got a lot of correspondence that.
I was going to say that,
after that
we
game.
did overreaction that night, and that was, we sensed it. We talked about it during the commercials that it was like, wow, people are really going after him. So I just want to make sure I understand that the move you're asking, was the move made in response to that game or even the conversation that happened last week? Because remember, he announced it on Tuesday. They announced on Tuesday. Well, it was reported on Tuesday that Dana was joining the staff.
Right. Right after the UCLA game.
Yeah.
As things started to go southward.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, even Mike Farrell Sports, the most Nebraska-friendly
That guy
national site,
loves Nebraska.
was throwing shade towards Matt Rule and his decision making.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying the entire thing was motivated by it. Obviously, the main motivation is we've got to score more points. But how much of having to do it and to do something this different? Because bringing in somebody from the outside and having them call plays is, as we talked about yesterday, it's an unprecedented move.
Yeah.
Around here, for sure.
Everyone's asking the same question. Hey, has this ever happened before? And if it does, could you please give us examples? Nary an example, right? You have not gotten one.
Well, the only example, an example that I got.
Is it the Colts with Saturday?
Was from Matt Rule himself in Carolina in 2021. He fired his offensive coordinator, Joe Brady.
Yeah.
You remember Joe Brady from such hits as Me and Joe Burrow became a magic combination at LSU.
Yeah, now he's with the Bills.
And Joe Brady was a play caller for the Carolina Panthers when Matt Rule was hired there.
Yeah.
And towards the end of the 2021 season, Brady got fired and they elevated, can't remember who they elevated, but they elevated somebody off the staff.
But they elevated somebody. They didn't bring in anybody.
But bringing in somebody from the outside who had not been inside the organization.
Yeah.
And doing that is something I still have not found examples of. And there's been folks who have wondered, well, does the new unlimited staff member rule that was adopted this year in the NCAA, how much does that play into it? Certainly it makes it easy if you want to keep the guy that you're firing from his responsibilities, I'm saying. Obviously, Satterfield wasn't fired. He still has a job. He just doesn't have the full job that he used to have. It makes it easier to just slide somebody in. But if you're really motivated to change a play caller, he could have just fired Satterfield and brought somebody in. So I don't think the new rule change had as much to do with how this process worked out, right?
You don't think so? I mean, they couldn't have done this in the olden days.
Yeah, they could have.
They couldn't have brought somebody in from the outside.
Yeah, they could.
Well, they would have had to fire Satterfield.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
If you're motivated
to get rid of Satterfield,
to get rid of somebody, you'll move them along and move somebody else in. Yeah. So certainly from an ease of logistics standpoint, you can do it. But that's not the reason why you're doing it. The reason you're doing it is you want to score points.
Yeah, you believe that this is the better move. Jeff writes, I'm worried it was a reactionary move. When the screen passes were complained about, the next game they called none of them. Rule last year, and we talked about it in the moment, in November, they lost to Maryland, and then the next week they played Wisconsin. They lost to Wisconsin. Both of those games had red zone scenarios that in a way seemed like an answer to each other. Mm-hmm. They did it one way against Maryland. They did it the exact opposite way versus Wisconsin. He acknowledged that in the postgame of the latter game and basically was like, yeah, and last week you guys were upset about it. I mean, he certainly, more than any coach that I can remember, is very much reading and listening to and paying attention.
Mm-hmm.
Very much so. And whether he is doing it, he's not sitting on his radio right now.
No.
But people are listening and they're reading and they're getting back to him on what people are saying. If you wanted to have that opinion, like BA's Coaches Show on YouTube says, I don't think it was made because of the fans, but I do believe the fan angst had to at least play a small part.
And I believe that there is some truth to that.
Some validity.
Because it does feel like the heat has been turned up. Yeah. And the true motivation of, we have to get to a bowl game is also at play here.
We had the quote yesterday that's from last week. And that's the first time that he said it. For weeks, for months, this season was not about making a bowl game. Mm-hmm. Now very much is about making a bowl game.
Now it is, yeah.
Now it's about making a bowl game,
That it's that important.
Aiden writes, to understand why this happened, in my opinion, Rule is signaling to Dylan that things are going to change to get ahead of the chances he leaves. 100% the reason, in my opinion.
Oh, so this is more of a preemptive strike towards next year. Here's the problem.
Being proactive and not reactive.
I don't disagree with that, but here's where I would say because this is an important question. They could have made the announcement that Dana Holgorsen is the offensive coordinator, the permanent offensive coordinator. But the announcement was he's going to be calling plays the rest of this season. And the hope is that he'll be around next year.
Mm-hmm.
But Rule would not commit to that. He couldn't.
See, can he not commit to it, or is Dana not?
Well, that's the reason. And so it kind of goes in the face of that email, because if the idea is, hey, we're making a change here, we're bringing in this really good play caller, but you might only have him for 3 weeks, that's not going to be enough if you had a quarterback who was willing to leave. I mean, what if he likes him? What if they get along? What if it's the right system, and then all of a sudden, boop, he's gone? Then you're starting from scratch again.
Yeah. Alan says, fans and donors are the shareholders. You have to keep them happy.
Oh, you certainly do. Now, there's a thin line between doing what you believe is right for your organization and doing reactionary things, going back to a couple of emails ago.
Yeah.
But I do think there is a part of this that has been motivated by, people are not happy around.
Yeah, you know, it's funny, too, because a couple months ago, month and a half ago, I said that the first real test of the Matt Rule era was going to be how he handled Ed Foley in the offseason.
Yeah. And now that seems like small potatoes.
It really does, doesn't it? That was going to be the thing that he had to do to let people know, I get it, I get your complaints. Look, say this, or say what you will about Rule. One thing now that people can no longer say is he hires and keeps his buddies. People have been begging for coaches around here to move on from guys that they find inadequate. He has done that with 3 games left, to the point where some folks, and I would say yourself included, are like, are we sure this is even going to work this year? Like, this is not a slam dunk move to work in the final 3 games. And yet, for whatever reason, he felt it necessary to do at this exact moment in time. So, again, at the very least, he's not keeping his buddy around, and he's going to move on from Foley. Foley is not going to be the special teams coordinator next year either. So at the very least, 2 of the 3 coordinators are going to be different. At the very least, and it could be all 3. It could be all 3. Tony White could leave too.
Thoughts, 402-951-1620. I also want to ask the question when we come back, is it reasonable to expect there's going to be a lot of difference? That we're going to see a noticeable difference come Saturday or the week after or the week after. 402-951-1620. Michael Brunt's also to come and a whole lot more. So glad you could be with us here on Tuesday on 1620 The Zone.
Thank you, Omaha, Bellevue, Plattsmouth, Bennington, and all points in between. So many storms, wind, hail, tornadoes. You trusted Thompson & Thompson, 3rd generation, roofing, siding, gutters, and attic insulation to put your homes and businesses back together. I'm Dan Thompson. From everyone at Thompson & Thompson, 3rd generation, thank you for trusting us. Click thompson3rd.com.
Hey there, you in aisle 2. I see you by the fiber and laxatives. You still using those to manage your constipation with belly pain? If your symptoms keep coming back, you may have irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C. So you may need more than over-the-counter treatments to manage it. Ask your doctor about how Linzess can help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
This is unsportsmanlike conduct.
A bunch of redneck idiots.
On 1620 The Zone.
Hey, don't forget, get your entries in. This is it, the last week of 4-quarter pick'em. It went by so quickly. And we had our first female winner. Congrats to Holly. Holly was our winner in last week's 4-quarter pick'em. I didn't hear if she got all 10 right or whatever it was, but she won.
Shout out Holly.
Congratulations. She's got the $2,500. This is your last chance. $2,500 remains of our $25,000 pool. And you can enter right now. Everyone can get in. Do it now. 1620thezone.com. 10 games, 10 straight up, no spreads. And it looks like it's going to be a 3-horse race between yours truly, Josh, and Jimmy.
I have dropped like a rock.
Yeah,
what's
what
happened to you,
last
man?
week?
I don't know.
What did you do last week? Did you pick all bad teams or something? I don't know. Because Nick has literally gone from the penthouse to the outhouse. He's only one pick ahead of Josh Odson.
I used to be in the suite, but now I'm down with the plebs.
I'm so bummed because I assume you had BYU because I had Utah. And so that game, if you had BYU, that was a 2-game swing just right there. Brutal.
I honestly,
those a-holes.
I don't remember. I'd have to look back at my emails.
A-holes.
To see what I picked.
Such jerks. Such jerks.
So get your picks in now, 1620thezone.com. We did our poll question yesterday about Matt Rule making the switch. Does this change your outlook on the rest of the season? The final results. 49%, a little improved. 19, we'll round it up. 20%, much improved. 17.5%, no change. 14% feels like desperation. So just from the I'm feeling better about it, roughly 69%.
Nice.
Are a little too much improved about the move. Because remember, we asked the question last week, if Rule didn't do something, would you lose trust?
Mm-hmm.
And
was that question about now or was that the end of the season?
That was
an immediate one,
No,
right?
that was an immediate one, as I recall.
Yeah.
I've got now you're going to make me look back.
I think it was. I think that the question that you asked was like, if they don't make an immediate move now, will you have lost trust?
Will you lose trust?
Yeah.
President Elon, if you could do a way where I could save all of our poll questions in one spot.
That would be, on your Twitter, when you go to your page, it has like your likes, your media. There should be one where you can click on it and it just shows the poll questions that you
I don't think he cares about Twitter anymore. I think he's got other ambitions now.
Oh, come on, President Elon. You can do it. Here we go.
Did you find it?
No, that's the confidence poll.
Okay.
I'll keep looking. I know it's here.
Mm-hmm.
Is it with the old Grum down graphic?
Nice.
No, I have the old Grum down graphic now. You're good now. You don't have to worry about it anymore.
I can whip you up one on Canva. You would like it, John.
It won't be here to hurt you. I've got the old one. It's good.
I'm really good at Canva now.
I know you are. But the question I have now, and I think we all have, is it reasonable to expect that there'll be a dramatic difference?
No.
And I don't think
the answer
there
is no.
Yeah.
Is anyone expecting a radical difference, though?
Right. So then
I don't think anybody is.
So then what is it about this that makes people feel better? That just something was done?
People love a pound of flesh. People love getting their pound of flesh. Right?
But remember, he's still making $1 million for him.
Yeah, and people also care about that. I'm looking at you, old man Doug. People do care about that. But people love a pound of flesh. They got their pound.
Yeah.
Marcus Satterfield cannot hurt you anymore unless the tight ends regress. But he can't hurt you anymore in terms of calling plays. All right. So then what else are you hoping for? You're hoping to find a touchdown a game. You're hoping to find a play caller who is obviously better and more accomplished, right? Like you're hoping that they can find a way in these final 3 games to be just a little bit better. Just a little bit better. If you think that every game would be a 1-score game, or every game has a chance to be a 1-score game, or every game is going to come down in the fourth quarter, you hope that having a guy who's a play caller or play designer or anything, Jack John, I feel better inside the 10-yard line. There you go. His red zone. Maybe the red zone numbers are going to get better because those basically cannot get any worse. One of the things that you said yesterday a lot was, don't say it can't get worse because it can. Red zone, I actually don't think it can. Because they're already 129th in the country. I guess yes, they could be 130th, 31st, 34th.
They're at 68%.
Yeah.
They could always be 50%.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
That's
what it is.
I did find the question. This is from last week, so 8 days ago, last Monday. Will you lose faith in Matt Rule's ability to win at Nebraska if offensive coaching and play calling changes aren't made during the idle week?
And what
45% said yes.
Wow. So there you go. So that 45.
And 30% said let's wait to the offseason.
Well, 30% I guess is a little disappointed, but 45% is giving a big old thumbs up then to the news of yesterday.
Sure.
And it's funny because I didn't think that this would happen. I thought that was a move that he would not make. I did not think he would do this, partly because it's unprecedented.
Well,
it's
the nature of the move. I don't think people would have been surprised if the announcement would have been
Glenn Thomas is
going to call plays.
Sure.
And Dana's going to be up in the booth with him helping out.
Yeah.
But no, this was a straight up, nope. I brought him in on Tuesday.
And he said it yesterday. When he brought him in, he was hoping that this would be the case. He was hoping that he would call plays.
Right.
And now he is indeed calling plays. Amazing Daniel writes, it's just, going back to your original question, it's just impatience. They wanted to be assured a change was going to be made. I think that was part of it too. You want the answer now so you don't have to wait. And now you have the offseason answer that Satterfield will not be the offensive coordinator anymore. I guess you don't have the answer that you don't
have the answer on who it's going to be.
Now, I feel very comfortable in guessing that it is going to be Dana Holgorsen. But
if that were the case, wouldn't you just make it happen? This is it.
Sure. I mean, they're in the middle of the season. Not the middle. They're at the end of the
exactly.
season.
That's the whole point. They're in the middle of the season.
I was going to use that as a way of, so you got to figure out the contract situations and all those types of things. I think it's going to happen. So I'm approaching everything that way. If you knew that he was for sure going to be the OC next year, would it change how you're viewing this?
No, because I said as much yesterday. I am more encouraged for what this means down the road, but in the moment, I don't see this as having a substantial impact because I think what you gain with him being the play caller is lost in the standpoint of he's got no lead time.
Yeah.
I used the analogy yesterday about, like Chopped, the Food Network show, where you just,
It's a good show.
you bring these chefs in and you have no idea what you're supposed to cook and then just open the refrigerator and have at it. Well, the difference is you're dealing with inanimate objects and there's consistencies in everything, right?
Sure.
You always know these flavors go well if you're really good at your job, these flavors go to well, blah, blah, blah. But you're not dealing with inanimate objects here. You're dealing with 18 to 22-year-old kids.
Yeah.
And you have no idea how they're going to react. And you're dealing with, relationships and you're trying to establish trust. Trust is so important in any successful organization. You cannot establish trust in 13 days.
No.
That does not happen. It does not happen. That takes time. And so what you might gain with just his play calling acumen, I think can be lost in just having to get to know the organization, get to know the people, work the language, and I know they're working hard at it, but they're throwing a lot of stuff out there, and I don't know if it's going to have much of an effect in the short term. Long term, though, I am excited. I'm excited because, unlike some people, Matt Rule has decided I'm going to look inside. And I've got to challenge myself, whether it's, and I didn't have as much of a concern as some people did. You mentioned last segment about the keeping your friends around.
People love saying that.
They do. But again, PTSD around here.
Sure.
It was that way with Callahan. It was that way with Bo. It was that way with Frost. Keeping friends around. I didn't have that concern only because not enough time had passed. And I was fairly confident that something was going to change next season. I was fairly confident of that.
Yeah.
So I didn't have that necessarily. But with Matt Rule being willing to challenge his own beliefs in terms of, well, this is how I've envisioned the offense being and how it plays complementary football. And he said yesterday, I have to have someone challenge me on those things.
Mm-hmm.
Dana's more of an aggressive play caller. I'm more conservative play caller.
This is definitely challenging his kind of worldview, right? And certainly his worldview of offense.
But for something like that, in my opinion, to really take hold, you got to have time. You got to have an off season. You've got to be able to sit down with someone, sit down in meetings and go through, what it is you want to be. Here's another question. I plan to ask this of Brunsey, but how does this impact recruiting? Are you now going after different types of players? What are you pitching to the players, especially those players you intend to bring in on offense, about what it is the future of their offense is going to be? Right now, you have a hope for what it's going to be, but you don't know yet what it's going to be.
Alan tweets in rather. What else do you bring in consultants for? Simplify the playbook, highlight what this team can do well, not force a system on personnel that doesn't work. Satterfield was clueless. When you do think about it from the big picture, if a business brings in somebody like this, usually it does mean cuts. And in this case, that can mean cutting down the playbook. It means simplifying things. It means streamlining things. And I know that, I'm sure that a lot of people right now are getting the heebie-jeebies as they hear that because maybe they've lost their job because of a consultant coming in, right?
Yeah.
But when you do think about it from that perspective, that is why you bring in somebody like that. What you're talking about in like big picture gains that they won't have this year, I'm not going to argue with that. But I would also say, like, I don't think the last 3 games are about, the big picture gains. It's about doing everything you can to get one more win, I mean, it really, they have laid all their cards out on the table of how important it is to get one win.
Mm-hmm.
And again, just think about that in comparison to how Rule talked after or before the season started. Think about how we talked, after they got to 5 wins. That next Monday, after they beat Rutgers, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
After they beat Rutgers, he was asked about it. And he's like, no, this is not about going to a bowl. He's dreaming bigger than that. Even in that moment, they lose to Ohio State. What does he come and talk about? Championship mindset.
Mm-hmm.
John, that game was 2 weeks ago.
I know.
So think about that version of Matt Rule, pre-Halloween Matt Rule, and think about him today. And really think about him last week on November the 4th when he said how important it is to get to a bowl game.
Mm-hmm.
This is someone who is admitting, certainly overshot the goals, but right now they got to figure out how to get one more. And so that's what this move is about. This move is not about 2026, or 5 rather. And I know if you want to say it is, I won't push back too much because I do think that there want to be assurances to Dylan Raiola, right? And the Raiola family, and that the offense is going to be in better hands moving forward at the very least. But man, I really do think that this is him saying, we have to win a game. We have to.
Every time you say the Raiola family, it sounds like a family from The Godfather. You got to appease the Raiola family.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean,
you do.
In many ways, you do.
Yeah.
In many ways, you do, because this was supposed to be the centerpiece.
Yeah.
Right. And it's still very much in the plans to be the centerpiece of whatever it is this offense does and takes shape, and this program and how it takes shape in the very near future.
Dan texts in, I can't really explain it, but John's trepidations regarding Holgorsen feels very akin to Josh's pet peeve when it comes to coaching searches. Well, who you going to get?
No, there's no who. That's not it. It's not even so much trepidation. Again, big picture, this has a lot of excitement to it. But, and I said this yesterday, and I'll keep saying it, I think way too many people are just looking, we like our pound of flesh, but sometimes just getting your pound of flesh does not fix the problem. The problem with this team is mentally fragile. Huge problem. If you could fix that, you'll go a lot further towards accomplishing whatever goals you want to accomplish this year than just changing out a play caller. I think it's way too easy. I know you can throw me all the numbers you want, and I agree. Satterfield's not a great play caller. Okay? Pure and simple. Not a great play caller. But the common theme in every loss is that this team, when it starts slowly on both sides of the ball,
sure.
When this team starts slowly, they get caught up in their feels, and it does not get better. That's why you fail. That's why they still haven't qualified for a bowl game yet. Not because of Marcus Satterfield.
But if this helps them get off to a faster start.
Oh, I didn't know Dana Holgorsen was going to help the defense.
No, you know what I mean, though. If the offense takes a lead and that suddenly gives the whole program a tick up in confidence.
Perhaps.
I mean, I obviously like it because I think trying the old way for 3 more games was going to be a fool's errand. And so if you view any change as like
they did win 5 games with this staff.
Sure, of course.
And they got off to a great start.
They should have stuck with it, though?
I'm not saying they should have stuck with it. I'm just saying the bigger problem, and you're not going to necessarily fix that.
And that's my point. So if you're not necessarily going to fix that, then you got to do everything else you can, though, to try to pick up another win.
I suppose, but it does feel like in the moment today, it's just grasping at straws. That's what it feels like.
But if it results in them being better, so they should have stood pat. What do you think they should have done?
I explained it yesterday. I thought it would have made a lot more sense. You bring in Dana, he's here, he's helping out, and he's giving advice, he's helping with the game planning, doing all of those things. And who knows, maybe the functionality of the play calling will be different than how it was described. But the way it was described yesterday was, he's the guy. He's calling the plays. He's going to be in the box.
Yeah, I don't think he was lying about that. He's calling the plays. Satterfield's coaching the tight ends. He's the offensive coordinator.
So, I mean, it's very possible that they may have to adjust a few things. It won't be just like he's walking in and everyone else is walking out, because there's going to have to be help.
Sure, of course.
I just think it would have made a lot more sense, to have him there as a consultant doing those things versus just, here you go. It's yours. I'm assuming that's what it's going to be. If I'm assuming wrong, then I'm assuming.
What do you mean? What do you mean by assuming wrong?
If I'm assuming that, hey, he's the guy in the box, it's 100% all on him. I don't know if that's necessarily going to get the results you're looking for.
I mean,
in the short
the other coaches aren't gone. They're still there.
No, I understand that. But he is 100% the play caller. He is now the offensive coordinator.
Yeah.
I don't think in the short term that's going to accomplish anything much different than
Satterfield?
Yeah.
Interesting. Oh, by the way, Jed just sent us some numbers because you said, is this going to fix them being mentally weak? At Nebraska for Matt Rule, when Nebraska scores first, they're 8-1. When Nebraska leads after the first quarter, they're 5-2. And combined, they're 13-3. When the opponent scores first, they're 2-10. When the opponent leads after the first quarter, they're 0-5, which is a combined 2-15. And when they're tied after the first quarter, they're 5-4. So to answer that question of like, can this fix everything mentally? No. If their offense gets off to a better start, the numbers actually say that they're a better team, which I think is fairly obvious.
So I assume they're taking the ball.
They're taking the ball first, and they're going right down the field, and they're scoring because then they know they're going to win the game. That certainly does not, cover for what if the defense gives up a touchdown on the first drive.
Yeah. I mean, that's the interesting thing about this move is it is unprecedented. It is completely different, and it's caught a lot of people off guard.
Yeah.
But the other part of it, too, is sometimes you do something like this to shock the system, shock the organization, but you never know how young people are going to respond to that. You'd love to be a fly on the wall to know what it was like.
What do they think? Yeah.
Right. And I don't know if people were necessarily like emotionally tied to Satterfield as the play caller.
Yeah, we don't know the relationship with him.
We don't know. All we can do is go off of what we've been hearing in press conferences. Dylan came out after the UCLA game and defended him after the
Ohio State game too. Yeah, because the Ohio State game was when the screen, like when that really
ramped up. But a lot of that was
right?
Dylan taking that upon himself, kind of doing what Matt Rule has been wanting the players to do, and that is taking ownership.
Yeah.
Hey, we're the offense. We have to make these things happen.
Yeah. John emails in Equitable Bank inbox. I do not believe that Nebraska would have made a bowl game if Satterfield would have kept calling plays. I don't know if Holgorsen can get them over the hump or not, but something had to change. And if he does, finally making a bowl game may very well help the players' fragile mentality.
We'll see, but something like that obviously is long ingrained in this program. I mean, Rule has said it himself. It's something that he's been fighting for months.
Yep.
And I don't think it has a whole lot to do with the offense or play calling.
Yeah.
I think part of the surprise that Rule has is even after all the work they did in the offseason, the chasing three, bringing in Dylan, going out in the portal, being aggressive
that
there.
They're back in the same exact spot as they were last year.
Yes.
They got off to a better start. They were 5-1.
Yes.
And this year, now they are 5-4. You know where they were after 9 games last year?
5-4. Yeah.
Same spot.
Same spot.
Exact spot. Though
Same
this year
spot.
they have 2 road games and 1 home game instead of the other way around the last 3.
Yeah.
Same exact spot for the program. You're right. They put in all that work, all that growth, all those gains, all the mentality talk. A better start this year. 3-0 for the first time in 8 seasons. 5-1, their best record through 6 games in 8 seasons. And yet they find themselves having all these conversations yet again.
Tom writes into the Equitable Bank inbox, guys love the show. Of course, Matt Rule is desperate. He's got to win another game. If he goes 0 for 2 seasons without a bowl, and with what everyone agreed was a much tougher schedule next year, it only gets tougher. This was the year to make hay. One more thing I wanted to ask. With our receivers having such a hard time getting off the line of scrimmage, why don't they go in motion more with movement away from the DBs to give them a little bit of an advantage? It's from Tom. I mean, part of the other reason you go in motion is to see what what coverages the defense is giving you, man or zone. But but what did we notice? We noticed a little more motion in the Ohio State game, didn't we?
We did, yeah. And sometimes it got penalties, but man,
I would love to see the raw numbers because honestly, that wasn't something I was watching closely for. But I would love to see the numbers on how much motion they did pre-snap in the wins versus the losses, front half, first month of the season to the
for me, it was those games back to back. It was like watching Indiana and 0 movement, and then they did against Ohio State over and over and over. Over and over and over.
Over and over and over again. It just keeps happening.
Mm-hmm.
All right, more coming up. We'll get Michael Bruns's thoughts on everything that's taken place this week. and more on 1620 The Zone. We will. We're efforting an additional guest to the show today to add a little more insight into Mr. Holgorsen.
Oh, nice get, Nick.
I said we're efforting.
Oh, nice almost get, Nick.
Nice efforting me.
Keep efforting, Nick.
So we will we'll let you know, but it could be happening within the hour. We're just trying to get some more insight.
Yeah, exactly. What kind of coach
man.
is? What kind of coach? What kind of person is Nebraska getting?
What's
what are
the
we
vibe?
dealing with? What are we dealing with here anyway? What's happening here?
Let's see. This is from Cool Relax.
Oh, cool.
On Twitter. Is anyone concerned about Sat's mentality, effectiveness as a leader? Getting demoted and still sticking around while the other guy is doing your job can get awkward. I mean, if you are if you're concerned about his mentality or his effectiveness as a leader, I don't want to say who cares, but he has 3 games left on the job and then he's leaving. So
well, we honestly don't know what's going to happen.
He's not going to be here next year. He sold his house. His house is sold. He is not going to be in Nebraska anymore. He sold his house earlier this year. He is moving away. He will not be here anymore.
When did this happen?
Months ago.
So he's not had a permanent residence in Lincoln all year?
I mean, I don't know what his residence has been. but he is not going to be at Nebraska anymore. He is moving on. This is the end of the road.
Well, this would have been nice to know.
Well, I should have told you, I guess, John. I should have mentioned that to you. Classic media. Keeping secrets.
This gets weirder all the time. Why would someone... I mean, he's barely 2 years into the job. So when he sold his house, he was barely a year into the job.
To be fair, we had a former boss who it took forever for them to actually get a house.
That's true.
That's true. The housing market is very difficult.
They got a house and then they left.
Mike Riley, remember him? He didn't have a house for a long time.
Well, they tried to have a house, but then his wife was allergic to the paint, and they had to make some changes.
He's not going to be here. He's not going to be here. It's going to be okay, everybody.
Well, I would, and this is just trying to be the empathetic human in me, to, let's not dance on someone's grave. I would think that if Matt Rule made this move, that this was something that he discussed with Marcus, and because they are buds, because they are bros, that there is an understanding. Hurt feelings? Yeah, probably. Of course there is. But I think there might be an element of, and this is where I certainly trust Matt Rule implicitly. He truly believes in relationships. He truly believes in the development and how important those things work together. And because of that, I'm guessing that he has open and honest communication with his subordinates. And he's going to take care of them because they take care of him.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. I mean, it's a weird situation. It's a very weird situation. But I'm guessing that if he had any qualms about Satterfield being around the building and being around his players and being around at least the tight ends on the offense, if he would have had any concerns about him being a hindrance to the operation, they would have probably sat down and said, we're going to make this change, and it's probably best that you leave. But the reason why he didn't was because there's probably that understanding.
For sure that
they trust each other.
He's going to handle it okay.
Yeah, he's going to handle it professionally and maturely, and that'll be it.
Yeah, he's not going to sabotage anything.
Again, that's why this is so unique. It's so different.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not saying that to promote it as being a good thing, a great thing, or a bad thing. It's just different. And how all of this comes about, and I would say short-term and long-term, because we don't know if Holgorsen's going to be here beyond this year. But how all of this plays out, we're going to look back at this period of time, not just yesterday, the date, but this period of time and how this situation was handled. And this was going to be the point where we're going to reflect back on and say, and that is why you succeeded, or that is why you failed. Mm-hmm. This feels like one of those points.
Definitely. This is deciding the future of Nebraska football, unequivocally. If this goes poorly, it's done. If this goes well, it's not.
Because it's not just...
Too simplistic, maybe, but...
It's not just, hey, they got better on offense, or they got worse on offense, or the offense stayed the same. It's how you handle people, how you handle personnel, how you incorporate new ideas into the organization, how you challenge yourself to think differently or strategize differently. All of those things right now are at play with this one decision.
It's super unique because, again, to go back to what I said earlier, around here for many years, there have been coaches that people thought collectively they need to get rid of that guy.
Mm-hmm.
For whatever reason, coaches have not gotten rid of that guy. And that's where the whole buddies thing came into conversation, right?
Yeah.
He just did the thing that people have been wanting him to do. And he did it in season. He did it with 3 games left. He did it. And to go back to something you mentioned last segment, when you think about, what this says for the big picture, I thought Happer made a great point on his show earlier today when he was like, this shows to his players that he is all in. Look at what he is willing to do at this moment in time. He is willing to move on from somebody because he thinks that this is the thing that can help them be better. He's wanting them to respond in due kind. Can they now?
Well, that's certainly what he's intending.
Mm-hmm.
But in an organization of 100 and some odd or 200 some odd people, when you count all the support staff, how many of those people believe exactly that? How many of them are thinking, oh, he's panicking? Because you got to imagine there
Great
might be,
question.
there
I'm
might
sure
be-
there's somebody inside the organization that's thinking that way.
Because remember, not only do those players, they talk to each other, but they have family members that talk to them, or they have friends that talk to them, or they hear conversations like this one, and they all wonder aloud, is this a bold move or is this a panic move?
Yeah.
Sometimes there can be a very thin line between those two decisions.
Sure. Or is it a smart move? Is it all three? I mean, like, the poll question you posted earlier, the last option is desperation. And I think desperation actually fits with all the other ones. It's desperate and it will be good. It's desperate and it will be bad. It's desperate and whatever the other option was.
Mm-hmm.
I think that this is all of those and more.
John writes, Satterfield sold his house earlier this year. Once again, Josh, a.k.a. the media, withholding information from the listeners. Will Michael be doing a video?
Yeah, well, Jack and Jake pointed out, too, that his family doesn't even live in Lincoln anymore. They moved. They're back east.
I guess I missed that part.
It wasn't in the World Herald, I don't believe.
I don't.
Wasn't at Omaha.com.
The last time I closely followed a coach's housing...
Well, the Rileys, right?
Situation was...
Oh, wait, was it Bill Moose?
No. It was it was when Solich was fired.
Oh, when the cable installer?
And
Bob Davey?
And I knew where Turner Gill lived.
Oh, okay.
Because he was close to my neighborhood. And I decided on the way in, because I'd gotten word, hey, Solich is being fired. So I went in, Gary and we met at KLIN so we could break the news, blah, blah, blah. And I just figured, I'm just going to drive past Turner's house. And there was a for sale sign outside. Now, I believe someone jokingly may have put that there.
Oh, that's mean.
But then Steve Peterson's house was also on my way to and from.
Yeah.
And so I would
so you took it and you put it there.
So I would look every day to see, is the for sale sign up yet? Is the
Nice.
for sale sign up yet? Is the for sale sign up yet? That's the last time I closely followed where Husker administrators or coaches lived.
That was a long
After
time
that,
ago.
I said, this is silly. I'm not doing this anymore.
Well, I didn't mean to.
I'm not going to
I'm
Zillow.
sorry I brought up a silly question.
It is a little
it's not a
weird
silly
to know
question.
where people live.
It is.
Back in was TO's address and stuff, was that just in the phone book?
Yep.
Could people just
Was it
know where
T.O.?
Coach lived?
Osborne or Devaney's was. I don't remember if T.O.'s was.
I'm sure it was in the early 70s. At a
Yeah.
certain point, he probably got it.
I honestly don't remember.
Yeah.
That's a weird
Devaney's
thought.
always was.
Phone books are insane to me
Doxing,
right now.
Public doxing.
I grew up with phone books still existing, but that's insane that we just lived that way.
Yeah.
You could just know where anybody lived and their number.
Yep.
Well, yeah, because you could ask to be unlisted. You didn't. I mean, you could request, hey, I want an unlisted number, and then there was always like this secret. Ooh, they got an unlisted number. What are you trying?
Secret list?
Secret list. Oh, John lost.
Oh yeah, I lost. I lost a couple weeks ago.
Mm.
There's still time, friends. There's time for Michael Bruntz next on 1620 The Zone.
Here's a story of a man named Brunsey who covers Husker sports, boys and girls, like football and basketball.
Not bad. How's it going?
Oh, not bad. Week definitely took a different turn yesterday. How surprised were you?
Very. Not necessarily on the move, but the timing. Like, I think that was fair. I mean, I think from talking to our national folks that are pretty tied in with the comings and goings of coaching folks, I think, the fact that he came in as an extra set of eyes was a pretty big sign that something was going to be happening, but I think the expectation was it was going to be after the season. So definitely up there with the kind of press conference surprises. I put it up there with Mario Verduzco asking, "You guys heard about Patrick, right?" When Patrick O'Brien transferred suddenly one spring. So yeah,
I forgot about that.
Yeah, that's an all-timer, by the way. But yeah, that was definitely a surprise and kind of adds a little bit of intrigue for these final three games. I think that's the thing I keep hearing from people is that they're a little bit more dialed in on these last three games than I think what they were planning to be.
Get more in that in just a minute, but I'm curious in talking with your folks in the 24/7 network. I mean, you guys, you have people that cover every single team because we've been trying to rack our brain the unprecedented nature of this, bringing someone from outside the organization to come in and call plays midstream. Have you been able to hear about or find out any examples of something like this happening?
No, and it was funny. I was sitting there in the press conference and got like two texts immediately that was basically like, "Oh, I guess it's happening now." So no, I mean, I don't know that there's a great example here to kind of, from somebody outside the organization coming in. I mean, I think that's the unprecedented nature of it.
Yes.
and having to get up to speed. So, yeah, I think they were fairly surprised on the timing of the move as well. I think it was kind of viewed as the initial visit was kind of a table setting type visit for something after the season, but not game planning and calling plays rolling into USC.
Yeah, Bruns, I wonder how much of this move now was made for the immediacy of the next three games, how much of it was made for securing Nebraska's future, securing the roster, securing recruiting, any of those things. What do you think is the balance of now versus future?
I don't know. 50-50. I mean, it feels like, from Matt Rule's discussions the last few weeks, the emphasis on making a bowl game has been spoken about significantly more than it was, when Nebraska started the losing streak here. I think there's definitely this feeling that things were not going to get suddenly better if the status quo was going to continue for the last three games. And I think the bowl piece of it is a really big one. I think kind of showing progress for some of the guys currently on your roster, I think that was a piece of it, and kind of selling what that promise is going to be going forward, because that's just what you have to do in college football nowadays. And, I think, kind of having the when you kind of talk through the timing of everything, I think it kind of makes more sense than it does on the surface, because if things go somewhat well, you're able to move forward and say, this is what it's going to look like, and kind of have that to sell to when it's portal season, and also to kind of keep your guys on your roster that you want to keep as well. And I think it just allows, Dana Holgorsen, if this is going to go into 25, to have a really good idea of what Nebraska needs to change, what they need to add in the portal, because I think Nebraska is going to have to get more active in the portal this year than they did last go around. So it kind of makes sense that if you're going to do it, you may as well do it now and rip off the Band-Aid. I admit it's a little bit awkward. I guess maybe it's not for them, but the fact that, the old offensive coordinator is still in the room and having those discussions and part of those discussions. But I think that there's a number of positives that come from doing it now. And, I've kind of talked myself more into the timing of it over the last 12 to 18 hours than maybe what I thought at first blush.
Does the move make less sense, however, if at this time next year he isn't calling plays?
Oh, you mean like if he gets a head coaching job
or yeah, for what? We have no idea. We don't know where he sits right now because we haven't had a chance to talk to him. But for whatever reason, he's not here as the permanent play caller next year.
Yeah, I think I think that kind of goes a little bit back to Josh's question about whether it's for now or later. I think you're kind of approaching it with, we're going to get through these 3 games and kind of see where things are. There's part of me that thinks, well, does a guy come up here to Nebraska and go through all this, in 12 games, if he's not thinking that it's going to be a little bit of a longer term deal? Maybe something in those 3 games tells him it's not. But it feels like to me, you don't come up here and do this if, you're planning on not being around for the longer term, I guess. So we'll see. It's, you kind of make this move, I think, assuming that it's going to be a fix that works and a fit and all that other stuff. But, I think that's maybe where the part would come in of, we're just worried about 2024, getting to a bowl game, getting some extra practices, and 2025 will kind of take care of itself when you get there.
Bruns, why didn't Marcus Satterfield work as Nebraska's offensive coordinator in 21 games?
I don't know that there's one reason. I think I thought Matt Rule, he's addressed it a couple of times, and I thought just kind of cut straight to the point, even when he wasn't really meaning to. It was after the Indiana game, but I think he said something like, basically, we're not able to, do anything easily. It's too difficult. Things look too difficult at times. And then yesterday with the, you're kind of having to, get this guy touches and this guy touches and do this and do that. And it seemed more to me this season, I guess, about the personnel at times rather than just like, this is what we're going to run. This is what we believe in. This is what we do well. And I think that's kind of why it didn't work, was it just never felt like there was any cohesion to what was happening in games. Possession to possession, it would look completely different. You'd have great drives and then drives where it was just like, it almost felt a little bit like you were kind of trying to pull plays out of a hat at times and call them like the bingo tumbler, is what I've said at times. So I think that's, to me, why it maybe didn't work. Obviously last season, I think, he was dealt a tough hand with all the injuries they had, but this year when you felt like you improved the skill position players, you felt like you're better at quarterback, you've got a veteran offensive line, you needed to make a step forward or show some kind of tangible progress, because it seemed like the pieces were there to do that, and it just didn't happen.
What are you expecting, and what can be expected from this offense in the last 3 games?
That's the intrigue. What can you realistically do in 12 days that's going to show up on Saturday? And I'm not expecting wholesale changes. Maybe a personnel change here or there, or using the guy in a different situation. I think I don't know how much more simple Nebraska would get offensively, but I go back to when Eric Chenander was let go as defensive coordinator. I didn't think that, Bill Bush really made any changes that were, overly dramatic. He didn't complicate things. If anything, he kind of simplified things, and it seemed like guys really responded to that. So I'm eager to see if Dana Holgorsen can find things that are kind of along those lines of, Like, let's get Dylan some simple throws. Let's be aggressive when, the situation calls for it, or kind of force the issue a little bit. Because I think that was also sometimes, an issue for Nebraska, was it never felt like the aggression was there. And when it was maybe not the right time. So, I mean, maybe you find something there, but I don't know. It's such an interesting change that you even have the kind of added change of like, look, you've got a different voice in your quarterback's ear, pre-play and what you're looking for and reads and that kind of stuff. I mean, it's a big undertaking. So I'm not expecting wholesale changes, but I think there's little things you can do to make Nebraska's offense just look more efficient and more cohesive.
Bruns, I don't know if I can ever remember a game where both sides were doing something to try to bring a little bit of extra juice or change the mojo. USC is bringing out old school uniforms, which we're going to talk about later on the show. They already announced the change of the backup quarterback, Mayava. He is going to be the starter. But then Nebraska says, hold my beer.
Yes.
And they announced that they have a brand new OC who wasn't even in the building 10 days ago. Like, I can't remember a football game ever played like this.
No, it's like the Desperation Bowl a little bit, right?
One flew over the cuckoo's nest.
Yep.
And I mean, you could have had even, and it's a shame we didn't get this, but with the NCAA cracking down on USC today or whatever, or announcing the penalties, like, you didn't get any suspensions from that. But I was kind of hoping for just chaos. Like, I wanted more chaos for this game, but we didn't get that. So yeah, I mean, you get on some USC message boards and you think Nebraska's got problems. They've got the pitchforks out in a big way there. So they're going to be desperate, coming off a bye, new quarterback. I mean, it's going to be tough to kind of make heads or tails of this game. I mean, it might be just deliciously stupid and lots of mistakes, but there's also the potential for some surprises, which is always fun.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it is going to be a whack bowl, that is for sure. And which team is more mentally there will probably say a lot about this game and who ends up winning it. By the way, the violations that Brunts was alluding to, USC was put on probation and fined the exorbitant amount of $50,000.
Oh no, how can they afford that?
For on and off field coaching activities that took place in 2022 and 2023. They exceeded the permissible number of countable coaches for 2 academic years, which is kind of funny considering now there are no limits on coaches, which is why you can bring in a Dana Holgorsen and not make any other changes on the staff. So anyway, totally off the ball subject, but I wanted to get your thoughts because I've asked the folks on the Twitter page as well. Pick anything your heart desires. What non-Nebraska football event would you like to see brought to Memorial Stadium?
Non-Nebraska football event, what I like to see. Here's what I would like. Okay, here we go. I've got one. So you know how they do it in, like, it's a popular thing to do nowadays in like the baseball stadiums during the off season, where you can go and you can hit balls and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Hit golf balls into Memorial Stadium or into the stadium, and they've got holes set up and things like that. I would like to hit golf balls in the Memorial Stadium. That's what I would like to do.
So like Top Golf.
Yes. Yeah. But
Memorial Stadium Top Golf
does it. Yeah. You can go to like Coors Field and hit balls there. They've got it in San Diego. I want to go up to 7.
Yeah.
I love that idea because whenever I'm at a golf course and it's like, you get to a par 3 and it's like 120 yards, I always think, isn't it weird that this is more than a football field? Whereas if I were standing in the end zone and looking at the other end zone, it would seem so much further away, but it's just a pitching wedge.
Yeah, you go around the stadium, so like some shots you're like hitting from like the upper deck, some down lower. Like I want to be on the 7th floor of the press box, Memorial Stadium, hitting a pitching wedge somewhere. That's what I want to do.
That's actually, I like this idea. And here's the other part. When you get to the part of the course that's in the South Stadium, that's the place where the beer cart girls don't come. They don't show up in that part because you can't have anything there because it's South Stadium.
You got to be careful up there. You probably like accidentally, you'd hit a shot and probably like crumble a couple rows or something like that.
They once did a ski jump at Wrigley Field way, way, way back then. Where they did it from like the top of the trying to remember if they did it. I think they did it from the top of the old scoreboard, and they had a ski jump. I like that too.
So when the Dodgers moved to LA, they played a couple of years at the LA Coliseum.
They did
do like a really stupid configuration for Nebraska baseball to play a game in Memorial Stadium. I don't think so. But
Nick suggested the Savannah Bananas.
Oh yeah, that'd be all right.
They would do something like that.
Definitely.
So
yeah,
Troy Dannon's looking for ideas, folks.
Dannon.
Looking for ideas. I mean, we don't just have to settle for just a Bud Crawford fight. We can do other things.
That's true.
We can do other things. I like this. Let's play golf. Let's pitch off the 7th floor of the press box.
Yep. Sign me up.
Or they're going to be replacing the big screen anyway, because it almost blew up on us during one of the night games. We could just hit balls into the big screen.
Yeah. Just blasting 5 irons up there. That's what we need.
All right, Brunsy, have a great day. Thanks.
Yeah, see you guys.
Bye, Bruns.
If you would like to contribute, we put up a question earlier today from the J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter page. If you just pick anything your heart desires, what non-Nebraska football event would you like to see brought to Memorial Stadium? I like Brunsy's idea.
That'd be fun. I like hitting golf balls in weird places.
It would be fascinating to see how your drive would go. Especially
seriously,
like you're hitting from the top of the North Stadium down towards the field.
Think about that. If you go to the top of the stadium, I mean, even top to top, it's not going to be 300 yards, right?
Could we set up
Could you drive that? I bet you could.
Could we set up a hole in the new upper deck on the east side?
Okay.
Seriously,
you could hit it from east to west with a pitching wedge. Even though you're like, no way, that's too big. It's not. It's really not that far.
That'd be fun. So you hit it from the press box, the roof of the press box, over across the field.
Yeah.
It's more than a pitching wedge, isn't it?
Well.
What happened?
I don't know.
Hello?
Oh, your mic.
Hello?
Hi, you're back.
Is it working?
Yes.
Okay, football field's 53 yards, 53 and a half yards, right?
Yeah, but you count the sidelines about, let's say, 70 yards across the field. But then
how far out does it go?
Yeah.
That's the question.
Yeah.
Maybe a 9-iron. I bet it's not as far as you think it is. It just looks like it's
be.
so far. But if you were on a golf course,
you might be right.
You're standing there, it's like, oh, yeah.
That'd be a fun challenge. We set up an island green at the in one of those rows at the top of the new.
Be a fun bit.
And you're teeing off or you're hitting from the roof of the press box.
Yeah, be a really fun bit.
I still like my idea.
What was that?
The Savannah Bananas.
There was talk of doing a softball game there.
Yeah?
I don't know how far that went.
Oh, I remember that. Oh, that's right. It showed up in the foyer.
Channel 7 had that, yeah.
Foyer.
But then you chased Trev away.
Yeah, now look at what you got. Dana Holgorsen.
Oh, and by the way, look who's still in the playoff chase. Texas A&M.
Yeah, classic.
Son of a beast.
Classic.
Are they going to end up in the national championship game just like the baseball team did?
No, you don't have to worry about that.
Are you sure?
Yeah, they're not that good.
Yeah.
They're not that good.
They got the power of Trev.
By the way, I'm making a One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest graphic for our Friday Grum.
This is the One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest game.
Yeah, I feel like I've done a pretty good job. I just got to do a little erasing of his. But look, Nick, you ever see this movie? Look at that.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah. Look at that. Canva. The gloriousness of
I love Canva. Don't
it's
you
just
love
a
Canva?
website, John. It's not even an app.
You can do so many things with Canva. Make so many graphics.
That's how I do my little charts. I got my USC Nebraska charts for Thursday's Grum.
I like the idea of using Canva for charts.
It's nice to be back in a football week. Very nice. I was watching tape
was a
earlier.
football week last week.
A Nebraska football week. I was watching. Man, I can't touch my microphone anymore. This sucks. I was watching
Don't play
tape
with it.
of USC's new quarterback.
Wow, tape? When you loaded up the VHS?
Well, I
the
watched
reel-to-reel?
stupid highlights that some goober on YouTube uploaded from his UNLV days. That was really annoying, but it was like 3 minutes long. So I got some takes on him. I'm going to watch some USC tape now.
God bless the people on YouTube who just upload random highlights from random places.
I love these people. They're great people. They're great people.
Jeff Mitchell, who is with one of the, he's with TCU 24/7.
Yeah, the TCU 24/7 site.
Is going to join us coming up after 4:15.
Nice get, Nick.
Thanks. I worked really hard on it.
Nice.
To discuss his encounters with Dana Holgorsen.
Nick has booked this guest. We have a USC guy coming on the Grum on Friday.
Mm-hmm.
And Bruce Rasmussen for tomorrow.
Yeah, Ras is going to join us tomorrow as
people say
the two coaches he hired are now tied for number one wins all time.
Call me the library because of all the booking I'm doing.
Nice. Stibbs never got Jeff Mitchell or the USC beat writer whose name I don't remember. Tough look for him. He did get Ras before, though. Yeah, friend of the Grum.
But coming up next, Josh alluded to it. USC is turning back the clock, and we are going to go to the hot take market.
Nice.
So we've moved some things around a little bit to accommodate our new guest coming up.
Let's do it.
On 1620 The Zone. It's time to go to the hot take markets. What are you shopping for today?
Oh no.
Wow, that
I don't know. Josh's microphone is broken again.
Hello?
Hi.
Hello.
You're back.
you're
gone.
There is a short either in the core. I'm guessing it's in the connector.
It's not
connection.
great.
Well, while you're fixing that,
John's going to the market without you.
I'll tell you what's coming up in my market. As more folks learn about the oddities of the 12-team college football playoff bracket, the more they are going to push back on the seeding not matching the ranking, and that will be the one thing that changes in 2 years. The hell did you do?
I didn't do anything.
Do you want to come over
something.
here? You want to come use my microphone? Are you gonna have to go over there? I also hope not. Keep going, John.
Anywho, as you know, we always have to go through the explainer every week. I'm glad ESPN recorded like 18 different versions of how all of that works. But yes, the teams are not seeded 1 through 12. Because remember, the top 4 conference champions get byes. So you're going to have, like, for example, tonight, just like last week, you'll see Ohio State ranked number 2, but they will be seeded number 5. Now, the good news is they get a home playoff game. The bad news is they have to play an extra round because the top 4 seeds are the ones that get the byes. So as more folks are confused by this, even despite the ad nauseum reminders by ESPN how the bracket works, that is something that is going to change.
This seems like a soapbox market again.
No, it's not a soapbox. It's not a soapbox.
Hello?
I'm just saying, as folks learn more about it, yeah, it is completely dead now. You're gonna have to do it from over there.
From over here?
We're doing it live. Hello.
I'm not going to stand here for the next 2 hours.
What else? What are you gonna do? Quit?
No,
You're gonna
don't
leave?
turn
Gonna
the
walk
camera
out?
around on me. Nobody wants to see that.
I mean, what else you gonna do?
I think I'm out on the show today.
You're always looking for a reason.
I'll
to get
go into
out.
a different studio, I think. I'll probably have to go to a different studio.
I don't think that'll work either.
Yes, it why
We don't
would it
have the
work?
new boards yet.
That will
Remember
be
the new
just fine.
boards?
So wait, what's your take that the playoff is confusing?
No, the take is not the take is, yes, the playoff is, it's as more people are confused by it, that will be something that changes in 2 years, the seeding.
Oh, so it'll just be straight 1 through 12?
Yep.
Without the G5?
Oh, that's
Can I
probably.
ask this? Why is this so confusing for college football, yet we can do it in the NFL? Why is this so confusing for this sport? We do it in the NFL every year.
But the NFL has never.
It's subjective.
Exactly. And the NFL has they have never been rankings based.
Yeah, that's
People
true.
have power rankings, but these are like official rankings.
Yeah.
And especially for a team like Ohio State, they're the number 2 seed. Number 2 seed.
And they're going to be the 5 seed.
And they're going to be the 5 seed.
Yeah.
I think those things will, and it's going to be another excuse for the
Big Ten and
power
the SEC.
leagues, because this is what's going to happen. It's going to happen to the power leagues. That the power leagues are going to say, yeah, this doesn't make a lot of sense. We should
They're
do
going
it
to
this
use
way.
fan confusion as a way to dial things back.
There you go.
My first hot take, I think, because I don't have my computer in front of me right now, I think it was about the end of this
Would
season.
you like me to read it?
No, it's the end of this season is not going
Jerry
to.
Jones, hold on. Jerry Jones
is actually a good
is
human
the greatest owner of all time.
being. Hot take.
And should never, ever die.
I love the sun as well.
I believe
But
that's
no,
what
I think, we talked yesterday and about the way in which the end of the season looks like it's going to be really clean. 4 teams in the Big Ten, 4 teams in the SEC, 1 from the ACC, 1 from the Big 12, Notre Dame, and then a G5. There is no way in hell that this thing is going to be as clean as it looks right now. We used to say that about the BCS. We said it about the 4-team playoff. And right now we've just gotten locked into the fact that, like, it's just going to be these 12 teams without any arguments whatsoever. No way in hell. And I say this maybe pointing to myself and saying, Josh, are you sure that Indiana's locked into the playoff? Are you sure Penn State is locked into the playoff? Are you sure Ohio State, if they were to lose to Indiana, would be locked into the playoff? Are we sure about all of this? So my hot take is stop thinking that the season is going to end cleanly. It is definitely not.
Oh, it's definitely not going to end cleanly because it's going to get dirty. It's going to get nasty. when the SEC starts to pull rank and say, look at how tough we played tough teams and you guys didn't.
I'll be so mad.
But we've been warning you for weeks. This day was coming.
I'm getting ready.
Hot take. Brian Kelly will be on the hot seat next season in Baton Rouge.
Oh, that's not a hot take. I thought it was he's going to be fired.
Gumbo.
Well, hot take.
Because I think he's already on the hot seat.
Well, this means hot seat in that if he doesn't get off to a great start next year,
They'll
yes,
fired
mid-season.
Yeah, I think you're right.
The folks are starting to turn on him.
What are they saying? You have a fake accent. We never liked you anyway. Bring back Ed Orgeron.
Well, Powell on his show yesterday. Well, actually, he was a guest on a different radio show, but he said, has Kelly now reached the point of no return with the part of the LSU fan base? And Powell said, I think that description is accurate. And whether he's past the point of no return with the fringe, I don't think matters. This team does not look like a playoff team, and I don't see how they're going to come back from that.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, it's one thing to lose. It's not that they lost, John. No, it actually is that they lost, but it's also how they lost.
Well, it's a lot.
That was an embarrassing game. Embarrassing. We know their record in night games. That was his first ever night loss at LSU. We saw all the graphics leading up to the game, during the game. It was bad. That was
even
really,
the
really
guy
bad.
who was taking all the heat prior to the game because he desired to have a live tiger in the stadium took shots at Brian Kelly.
Yeah, that guy should also apologize.
Governor Jeff Landry said, our live tiger, unfortunately, disappointingly, was the only tiger who showed up Saturday.
Oh, my gosh.
I'm sorry.
It's a pretend tiger. It's not even a real tiger.
It wasn't a real tiger?
I mean, it's a real tiger, but it's not the real Mike the Tiger or whatever that tiger's name is.
Well, yeah, but they just brought a live tiger. Yeah.
Fake news tiger. I kind of stepped on my other hot take earlier, but I do think that this Dana Holgorsen move is the defining move of Matt Rule's tenure at Nebraska. And I think whatever happens, good or bad, I think we will ultimately – I mean, some people will point all the way back to the Satterfield hiring in the first place, but I think that we will point back to this moment in time and making the move in season for good or for bad. I don't think there is a middle ground. I don't even know what the middle ground would be. You know, is a middle ground, they bring him in, he's actually good, they finish the season, they go to a bowl, and then he leaves and they have to bring in somebody else, I guess. But I think that this is ultimately going to define the Matt Rule experience. And I totally believe that his future, he just decided on it, whatever it is.
He definitely made his bed. BA Coach's show on the YouTube chat is upset with me. He said, is John really seeing Texas A&M making the title game? That's worse than his OC takes.
Boom roasted.
I didn't say they were going. I'm saying it mostly in jest, saying it's the power of Trev. No. Do I think Texas A&M will play for the national championship? No. But they're in the playoff chase.
They are in the playoff chase.
They are in the playoff chase.
That is inarguable.
Undeniable.
Yeah.
Hell, they could be playing for the SEC title if they beat a certain team from Texas. I mean, the other team from Texas.
Yeah, because they control their own destiny.
They still control their own destiny.
Their other loss was not to an SEC team. It was to Notre Dame. They lost to Notre Dame in the non-con, and they only have one SEC loss.
What is bad about my OC take that I don't think this is going to be the manna from heaven that's going to change everything?
I still don't know.
No, I have not embraced it. No, I have not embraced it.
Nobody knows how you feel. You're like,
what do you mean how I feel? I've told you how I feel. I think it's a panic move.
It is, but that could be a good thing.
99% of the time, a panic move is a bad move.
Yeah, but you don't like Satterfield, right?
But this isn't about Satterfield. This is not fixing the problem. This team up here already gone.
Yeah.
They cannot get out of their own way. And a new offensive coordinator ain't going to fix that.
Why can't it make them win one more game?
But it's not going to fix it.
It's not going to fix what?
It's not going to fix what's going on up here.
But is there anything that can fix that in the final 3 games?
Probably not.
Okay, so if you agree with that, then why isn't this the right move?
The guy has not coached any of these players.
I know.
None of them.
So you actually do think this is a bad move?
I think going this hard in the paint is a bad move. Bringing Dana here is not a bad move.
Yeah.
Having him here to work with the organization, not a bad move. Just saying, here you go, and handing it to him, I think is a bad move.
Okay, I'm just happy you said that because it seems like you haven't said that, but you do think this is a bad move. The last 2 days, the entire time, I'm like, I don't think John likes this move, but he's not totally said, I think this is an outright bad move. Do you think this is a bad idea?
I think it's a panic move, and panic moves 99% of the time do not end well.
Maybe this is the 1%. The 1%. Maybe it is.
We have been saying that around here for the last 20 years.
You know what? At least they didn't bash their head against the wall with Marcus Satterfield for 1 more, 2 more, 3 more games.
But you see, that's the problem. People just think that magically he's gone. He's gone now. Everything's fixed. No, that's not it.
Why can't they get like 5% better on offense because of Dana Holgorsen? They can't get 5% better.
Here's the problem with this whole thing. We're not going to have unless either they score 70 or they get shut out. We're not going to have a definitive answer.
If they score 30 points in any of these final 3 games.
What if the defense scored like 3 touchdowns?
No, the offense. If the offense scores 30 points. If the offense scores 27 points, that would be more points than the offense has scored in any game this year, not named UTEP.
Yeah, but what if they lose 40-27?
Well, then we're going to get mad at Tony White and his defense as they bring in Phil Snow. But I'm serious. Like, I think we could see it. If the offense puts up points in a way in which they truly have not in the Marcus Satterfield era against power competition.
Listen, I get it. I'm playing the percentages here because this is an unorthodox move.
Yeah.
Totally unorthodox move. But again, I could also be assuming things. I could be assuming wrong here.
On what?
In that it's not just they're.
What do you mean? Yeah, what do you mean by that? He's calling the plays, but that doesn't mean like he's all by himself. The other coaches are still coaching. They're still going to be involved in the game plan. Are you thinking that it's just him?
But it's funny. Every time I ask the question of, well, what kind of difference do you think this makes? Everyone says, well, I don't think it's going to make that much of a difference. It's like, so then why are you doing it?
Because I think he just lost trust in Satterfield. I think he totally lost trust in him.
Yeah.
He didn't believe in him as a play caller anymore.
Yeah.
And I mean, you're right. Like, how much of a difference can it make? The answer is probably negligible. But again, if he can find 1 more touchdown,
right?
That's what it's about. Find 1 more touchdown. No matter what, if they win 6, the move is going to be viewed as positively.
Yeah,
it's about finding another win. But like, how many did they score against Iowa last year? 10. They scored 17 against Wisconsin.
Yeah.
If they score more,
the
than
other
that
thing
in
that's
either of those
also
games,
complicating this is we don't know which quarterback's playing yet.
we do not, and that is look. We are 2 days into the week now, and we have barely talked about that.
And that's probably going to have more of an impact than who's calling the plays.
100%. 100%.
Whether it's a healthy Dylan, a not healthy but playing Dylan, or no Dylan at all.
Correct.
And it's now Harburg.
If it's Harburg, I mean, the last pass that he threw in the game versus UCLA was not a very good pass. He waited too long. He threw it too late. The pass was broken up and then intercepted. Can't do that.
Travis, generalizing as most young people do. John, like most olds, hates change. No, I don't hate change. I don't hate change. What I don't like, though, are moves that don't appear to be made with calculation, where it's just like, I've got to do something.
So you think this is way too reactionary?
It smells like that.
Yeah.
Again, I could be misreading it. And there might be different things going on behind the scenes that aren't quite as dramatic as they're made to sound. But if I'm reading it correctly, it doesn't appear to be as much a calculated move as it is a fly by the seat of your pants, which, by the way, also not against those moves either.
Yeah.
So we'll see. We'll see. That's you know what the major problem is? I have
my microphone.
Besides that, I have no idea what to expect from this game. I now feel, and if anything, maybe that's why Rule is doing. It's like, well, we're just gonna throw a giant monkey wrench into this deal because I have no idea what to expect.
I know.
From
I was
this
putting
game.
together my charts for Thursday show. I was gonna watch USC highlights today, and I was like, wait a second. Half of those are a waste of time because they have a new quarterback.
Yeah.
I can watch their defense and I can watch some of their offense, but a lot of it's going to feel like a waste of time.
It's kooky.
It definitely is kooky.
It's kooky.
It's definitely kooky.
Wade was wondering, do I think that the right option was to stay with Satterfield? No, what I thought was going to happen was you move Thomas into that role. You have Satterfield up there. Not Satterfield. I'm sorry. You have Holgorsen doing whatever it is you want him to do behind the scenes, and you kind of work it that way.
Yeah.
Because remember, you had co-OCs. That's the title. The title, they were co-OCs.
Yeah, even though Satterfield calling the plays.
Correct.
They were listed as that.
But either way. All right. When we come back, Jeff Mitchell's going to join us. He covered Dana Holgorsen while he was down there in Texas.
And
working
hey, that's
with
a
TCU.
question. What in the world was he doing at TCU, and why was he on the defensive side of the ball? You know, what kind of coach is Nebraska getting? And also, was it weird that he was on the defensive side of the ball the last year?
We'll find out what Jeff has to say next. He joins us from TCU 24/7 on 1620 The Zone.
So it's working? Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yep.
Oh, Nick's probably got a turn.
Hello? Oh, thank God.
Yeah, Nick's
It's
got
nice to be back in this.
For those of you who are maybe watching it in the stream, you may have heard the dulcet tones of John Nielsen. We should have had him sing a little Michael McDonald.
We could have. It would have been glorious.
Fixing Josh's mic, but Josh is back on
I'm
his regular
back.
mic
And
now.
it's nice to sit again, too.
And it's nice to be joined from the Frogcast, one of the popular podcasts covering TCU sports and from TCU's 24/7 sports affiliate. Jeff Mitchell joins us on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline. Jeff, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. It's good to be with you all.
Well, Jeff, tell us first off, I mean, just what has Dana Holgorsen been doing with TCU these last few months?
Well, it's fascinating.
Now it sounds like his mic has gone out. It's like everyone's mic has gone out.
Jeff?
He and Todd Graham, who had both been head coaches.
Hey, Jeff,
both been
Jeff,
around the state
Jeff,
of
I
Texas
could
for a while.
Jeff, I could jump in. You cut out there right at the beginning of your answer. So if you just want to start from the top, we apologize.
Uh-oh.
We are cursed.
Yeah, it's been a day.
It's been a weird day. It started with your mic, and now it's moved to poor Jeff's phone.
Yeah, soon it'll be your microphone.
Probably.
Maybe
You got me now, guys?
Oh, hey,
now
there you
we
are,
got
Jeff.
you, Jeff. Sorry about that. Something went weird
That's
there.
all right.
All right.
That's
Anyway,
all right.
from the top, Dana Holgorsen, TCU.
From the top, Dana Holgorsen. We good to go?
Yes, go ahead.
All right. We've all been kind of wondering what he's been doing ourselves. He came in this summer with Todd Graham, who had been obviously a Power 5 football coach. And the irony is Todd Graham is the defensive expert, and he was brought in by Sonny Dykes to focus on the offense. And Dana was brought in with that strong background in the air raid, and he was brought in to be an analyst for the defense, basically finding guys with their expertise, flipping them, and then trying to understand how they can pick apart the other side of the ball. Dana has not been in the box. He has not been at games. He did a good press availability back early in fall camp. But a lot of us honestly wanted to get a chance to connect with him, wanted to hang out with him. He's kind of got a legend that grows with him of what he does when he's around college campuses. And he's kind of been noticeably absent. So I'm not knocking him, but I'm saying he has not been an anchor in the program this year. And honestly, none of us were surprised. This rumor about going to Nebraska has been on our message board for a couple of weeks. And so he's heading up there to be working on another side of the ball than he was here at TCU.
Jeff, I wanted to ask you about that because speaking of rumors, and it really wasn't even a rumor, he was on Nebraska's campus earlier this year. He was seen at a wrestling match, and there was a lot of scuttlebutt that he was going to join the staff as an analyst. For whatever reason, that didn't happen. What I had heard at the time was he didn't want to be an analyst. He if he's going to go somewhere, he wants to be a coordinator. Well, he ends up at TCU on the other side of the ball as an analyst. I guess I'm kind of asking you a question about this end of things, but do you have any idea why that happened? Why he ended up taking an analyst job when it was reported or heard up here that he didn't want an analyst job?
The Dykes family, honestly, and Dana have a strong connection. Sonny Dykes, the head coach at TCU, and Dana, they were on the old Mike Leach staff way back in the day when the air raid was really taking off, and the Big 12, as you guys maybe remember, it was going through a massive transformation. And so he has ties with the air raid tree and with Dykes personally. They work together, and from what I understand, we had a really close friendship beyond just trying to figure out how to pick apart Big 12 South defenses. So maybe it was just a soft landing spot where he knew maybe the expectations were low, but when he spoke up, that Sonny would obviously want to listen to him and he would have Sonny's ear without carrying like the heavy burden of responsibility. TCU, like a lot of schools, is putting a lot of information or putting a lot of resources into non-on-field staff. And so Dana was just another analyst and not someone having to carry a heavy burden. If he had something to say, it was heard. But if he shows up at the office at 10:30, nobody cared. And I think the deep ties with Dykes, because they're kind of the last vestige of the original air raid tree from Mike Leach. I think that kinship probably is what landed him in Fort Worth.
Jeff Mitchell joining us, TCU 24/7 Sports, also the Frogcast podcast down in Fort Worth. Jeff, looking at TCU's numbers this year, obviously 6-4 this season, gave up a ton of points to SMU in the loss to the Mustangs, who obviously are in the college football playoff conversation. But has anything been made of the contributions that Holgorsen has made on the defensive side, whether it be openly or behind the scenes?
Behind the scenes or openly, there has not been a lot of feedback in terms of what Dana has been able to bring. That doesn't mean he hasn't contributed. Let me make that clear. That doesn't mean he hasn't contributed. I've heard more about the way that Todd Graham has helped shape the offense a little bit, especially since the bye week. The Frogs were 3-1, and I don't want to say turn the corner, but playing better football. I don't want to say Dana's been checked out, but like you said, we've all been hearing about this for a while. And as the offense has improved, the defense has actually taken a step forward as well. What Dana's contribution to that was, people smarter than me know, but people that follow this religiously like I do, we don't have a lot of information.
Jeff, you mentioned a few minutes ago, I think the word legendary maybe was used in terms of him as a person. I mean, it seems like his reputation precedes him in some ways, Dana Holgorsen, and at his various stops. What kind of person is Nebraska getting as their next offensive coordinator?
One of my favorite Dana quotes when he was at West Virginia was that he had been ostracized from the air raid because of his commitment to running the ball. When he was at West Virginia, he had some really good teams.
Yeah.
And his commitment to running the ball really did separate him from everybody else that kind of sprang out of Lubbock out there in the early 2000s. And so you're going to find somebody with a strong commitment to run the ball. And then, that when he was recruiting at Houston, he always found a way to go all in for one wide receiver that kind of everybody else wanted, and it was a reach for Houston. So he was able to go in and get some receivers. He wasn't able to get 4 4-stars, but he could always find that 1 4-star that he thought he could get into the living room and be able to get a commitment from. And honestly, he did. And I think NIL helped us assist with that a little bit. So you're going to find somebody that is committed to running the ball and understanding that 7-on-7 doesn't translate to a Saturday in a Big Ten game. And he's going to bring that commitment, but understands that you've got to have athletes that can make plays out in space. And his recruitment track record proves that.
Jeff, as you mentioned, there's been scuttlebutt down there for at least a couple of weeks that Holgorsen might be making a different move, might be coming up north. What was your reaction then when you heard the news yesterday that Nebraska not only was bringing him on, because last week we found out he was coming up here to take a look at things, but now to find out he's going to be calling the plays starting this week. I'm curious what you thought.
Well, I got 2 thoughts, one of them on football and one of them is kind of personal. Maybe we can bring this whole thing full circle.
Sure.
I'm excited that Dana is back where he needs to be, which is, either in the press box or on the sideline, because college football is at its best when it's contrasted from the NFL. This is a guy that is a character. We all joke that he looks like the guy in Silence of the Lambs. He can pound 15 Red Bulls at halftime. He is an eccentric character that represents everything that is right and distinct about college football. So I think what Nebraska is going to get is somebody that is drenched in this culture, that understands the uniqueness of university towns, of a rabid fan base, especially like Nebraska, which is on steroids compared to West Virginia. But these are fan bases that don't have pro teams, that everyone is born into the tribe. And I think he's going to have a high level of relatability to that. I think that's why he didn't work in Houston, to be totally honest, that they're just another team in a big town that's full of pro sports, and you're always number 2 or 3 in terms of fan base. The thing I like about it is, I hope you all understand, in some ways, Dana is coming home because he is from Mount Pleasant, Iowa. Mm-hmm. I was 1 year away from actually playing high school football against him. He was in Mount Pleasant. I was in Keokuk, Iowa, and he played at Mount Pleasant and ended up going to Iowa Wesleyan, where the air raid, as we know, it was birthed with Hal Mumme and Mike Leach, and Dana played for them way back in the early 90s. So if he can get on I-80 and head over to Iowa City and head south, that's going to be familiar territory for him. I know we see him as a Texas guy, as somebody that's got deep roots in the old Big 12 South, but he's from Iowa, and he played high school football in Iowa, and he understands the nature of that part of the country. And honestly, I'm really happy for him to be able to do that.
Hey, Jeff, what do you think of just like the timing of this happening? I don't know how many times now in the last 26 and a half hours I've said unprecedented about this, because we have researched, we have tried to find other programs or franchises even in the NFL where a coordinator was relieved of their duties and a new coordinator came in who was outside of the institution, a week or two beforehand. We've never seen anything like this happen. So that long windup to ask, like, what in the world are you expecting, given that he was not even inside the walls, a week and a half ago?
Well, I think this is, unprecedented is just the nature of college football right now. I mean, we have a 12-team playoff. You used to get in trouble for paying players. Now you get in trouble if you don't pay players enough. Things have just shifted. Honestly, I'm surprised we haven't had a lot more head coach firings, because everybody wants to get on the front edge of that. Everybody wants to be on the front line of that. It is unprecedented to basically poach someone from their staff. Now, granted, it was an analyst position, But I don't think this is going to be the last time. I think we're going to go into a spot where people like Dana, that obviously have a reputation and have something to bring to a program, are going to park themselves at a comfortable position, pay something to pay their bills, and then basically put the word out that I'm a free agent. If you want to make a change. So like right now, Nebraska, they really want to get bowl eligible. And we got to get rid of our OC that's preventing that, bring Dana in, roll the dice. I think this is not going to be the last time this happens over the next couple of years.
Jeff Mitchell from TCU 24/7 and the Frogcast. Jeff, we appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Oh, thanks, guys. I really appreciate it. And I'll be watching to see what happens with Holgo, and I'm pulling for you guys to get to a bowl game this year.
Thanks,
Thank you, Jeff.
Jeff Mitchell joining us on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline.
Let's hope that the phone call and the quality finishes better than it started for Dana Holgorsen. Nebraska's offense was like the early portion of the phone call. Fits and starts, stumbling a little bit. And then things got better. Maybe Dana Holgorsen can make the phone call better. Maybe he can make it better.
Nice.
Yeah. Like the microphone. Everything's coming together, folks.
Yeah. Well, again, this is just very, very weird.
Yes, it is.
It's just
in these uncertain times.
It's just very, very weird. I've had folks reach out now and say, like Ian, yeah, it was a desperate move. What exactly is wrong with that? Shouldn't they be desperate? It's nice to see a coach take a proactive move and not be stubborn and sink the ship.
That's how I feel.
I think we're being too short-sighted. I get it. You all want to go to a bowl game. You all want that magic trip.
They have to go.
They have to go.
John, if they go 5-7, he is on the hot seat. If they go 5-7 and lose 6 games in a row, he would be on the hot seat.
And what's the difference going to be if it's 6-6 and then they go to the bowl game and lose the bowl game?
Warm and fuzzies.
If they lose the bowl game,
yeah,
then they're 6-7. You know what that is? That's a losing record too.
You don't think that getting to a bowl game is that important?
I think it is, but this is why part of this decision is
not sitting well with
troubling
you?
Or not sitting well with me. I have always viewed Matt Rule as being more of a global thinker. It's always been about the process. It's always been about the development.
Oh, so
it's
this
always
is interesting.
about the growth.
So and
now all of a sudden it's about, oh my God, we have to do this now.
Yeah.
And that's why it feels out of character.
Now that is a great point.
That's
I cannot
why it
argue
feels
that.
out of character.
And that's why it's concerning to you.
And that's why it concerns me. Now,
are you worried that it's coming from on high?
I am no.
Okay.
No.
So you're not worried that this is like a
No, I don't think this. No.
Well, that's
good.
That's good.
I think this is Matt Rule's decision. I don't think this is Troy Dannon's decision.
Okay.
But I do wonder if, and that's why I asked the question at the beginning of the show, how much is this is being motivated by the negative response around here after the UCLA game? And honestly, the answer to that question tells you as much, whatever that answer is, whatever that percentage is of how much of it was motivated by that, will tell you everything you really need to know. The problem is we'll never have that answer.
If we take him at his word and he made the decision on Sunday and he in that moment wanted Holgorsen to not only come to Nebraska but then to be the offensive coordinator, is that too soon after the UCLA game to say it's in response to the UCLA game? Like if he made that decision the next day, like that doesn't seem like it would be like if he would have done this, if he would have brought him in this Sunday and then announced on Monday, then that would be a little like, oh wow, maybe he really dealt with a lot of noise last week. But because he brought him in so fast, he wanted him so early after the loss. I don't think it is a response to the UCLA game directly. I think it's a response to I think it's the last month. But and not so much the response.
Sure.
I want to ask this. That's a great question. I want to ask it of Sipple. And I want to ask him if he agrees on the importance of a bowl game. Am I putting too much into that? Am I putting too much into one win?
It is important, but I'm hesitant to make it sound like that's going to be the difference, because guess what? Next year is still going to be next year, no matter what happens. If
But
it's
at least
5
they'd have
wins or
the
it's
thing.
6.
But at least they'd have the thing. John, but look at it this way. If they don't go to a bowl, that means they've lost 6 games in a row.
No, that's true. I know. I get it.
It's not about the bowl game. It's what the bowl represents. And it's ending the streak, and it's ending a losing streak of this moment in time.
And honestly, and this is one of the problems with bowl games.
Yeah, they are this participation trophy.
It is a participation trophy.
Yeah.
You know, if we're having this conversation, if it's a difference between a 9-8 non-playoff season in the NFL and an 8-9 non-playoff season.
We
in the
would
NFL.
all view those are the same thing.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
So you want to be in the dance versus
different.
not be in the dance. Yeah, because this is mediocrity.
And we don't need to go over the long trodden over ground about, it's the extra practice, I get all that. But in the grand scheme of things, those extra practices we're not going to look back 5 years from now and say, man, those extra practices made us a champion in 2030.
We're going to say, wow, they finally did the thing that they needed to do.
This is more
now
of
they can move forward.
The bowl thing is more of a psychological thing. It's ending a streak.
It's what it signifies.
It's playing a game in December.
Well, and Sean says it shouldn't part of the process be the bare minimum of winning 6 games in year 2.
Right.
That is a part of this too. It's year 2. You got to show progress.
Yeah.
5-7 in 2 straight years to start the career at Nebraska, not progress. Somebody else posted it. Jordan, what was Dirk's stat about coaches that failed to reach a bowl after year 2? See, that's where it's concerning. It's all those things of like, yikes, you are in rarefied air if you do not go to a bowl in your first 2 year, and then you're able to pull up.
Now, this all becomes moot if Nebraska wins their last 3 or at least 2 of their last 3.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. Because right now we're just viewing this in the binary 5 or 6.
We're just looking at it from the got to get 1 more.
Yeah, but what if they got 2
Just got to get 1 more.
What if they got 3 more? What if they won 3 more and then won a bowl game and they were suddenly 9-4?
We can take your thoughts before we get to SIP, 402-951-1620. Stick around. We'll be back on 1620 The Zone.
Nick Grimm for Circa Sports Iowa, your home for football and basketball anywhere in the state of Iowa. Tight moneyline splits put together by a team of people ensure that you are getting accuracy. Live in-game lines that update every break to really put you in the center of all the action, and many, many props to give you options with what you play while you're playing it. Circa Sports Iowa is the sportsbook for people who are ready to take off the training wheels and start taking their gaming seriously and taking it to the next level. Plus, when you do win a lot, they won't limit your account like some of the other guys like to do. The fact that places do that is insane to me, by the way. Circa Sports Iowa, it's all about giving you all the hospitality of Las Vegas in the palm of your hand, anywhere in Iowa. Not to mention the team of people they have on the other end of the app, customer service-wise. I mean, they're people. They're actual people. No weird chat bots, no bad AI, just real-life, living, breathing human beings who want to help you get back into the game as soon as they possibly can. Download your new sportsbook today. Download Circa Sports Iowa. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-238-7633.
Stuff the Truck is coming up on December 6th and 7th here at our parking lot at 50th and Capitol, 50th and Dodge.
Nice.
And we're gathering up toys, unwrapped, new toys for area kids, and all the donations support Toys to Tots. We're working alongside the U.S. Marine Corps and sponsored by Woodhouse Chevy and Molina Healthcare of Nebraska. And if you cannot deliver a new unwrapped toy on either December 6th or 7th, donations are taken anytime here during regular business hours at our station here at 50th and Capitol, Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., now through Tuesday, December the 10th. If you want to find out more, 1620thezone.com/stuff the truck.
Jason says, isn't the only real issue the timing? If they hired Holgorsen at the end of the season, I feel like it would be universally praised.
Oh, yeah. Because what do you have? You have that to pitch to recruits. You have that to plan ahead and, hey, this is what we're going to do with the offense now. And you've got time to work all of that in. This is the meatball surgery. If you remember MASH, the MASH unit wasn't a traditional hospital. They just got you in, patched up what needed to be gotten patched up, and then sent you off to the regular hospital.
It was a trauma unit.
This is the MASH. This is the MASH unit of fixing the problem.
Zach says, what if Rule thought Satterfield was starting to lose the locker room and Rule's trying to give the players a reason to believe more again? And what if Nebraska was starting to lose traction with commits and recruits? With signing day a few weeks away, Rule probably wanted to make sure they didn't have a bunch of guys flipping because the offense looks hopeless. At least Nebraska can sell those recruits on hope of something better next season, knowing they will have a new OC.
Well, the front half, don't have the answer to that. Don't know what the locker room mojo was like. The second half, the only thing you can sell right now is we've changed something. But you did not announce that Dana Holgorsen is next year's offensive coordinator.
No, because he cannot say that at this moment in time.
So I don't know I don't know what message it sends to recruits.
Yeah, unless he can sell them behind the scenes, like, yeah, he will be OC.
Sure.
We just got to dot the I's and cross the T's.
Sure. Because right now, the only thing you say is, well, we changed something.
For sure.
That's
at least the other guy won't be calling your plays. Am I right, folks?
That's the tangible thing that you can sell at the moment.
Yeah.
Here is Trent on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline. Hello, Trent.
Hi, Trent.
Trent is gone.
Oh, bye, Trent.
We assume
Bye,
Trent is gone. We've had issues today with the communication devices.
Yeah, that's true.
Here's Pete. Hi, Pete.
Hey.
Hey, Pete.
I like you guys' show.
Thank you.
Have a comment about how much of this do you think might have been driven by the somebody in the DR-15 camp that saying that possibly, there's some changes to be made or we're going to look at transferring. Because you have to remember, his sister went to school at TCU. They lived down there for 2 or 3 years. He went to school down there.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a connection with TCU and Dykes. And I'm sure Dana Holgorsen probably tried to recruit him because he would have been a freshman or sophomore in high school when he was there, junior. I don't think he was junior. But anyway, I just wondered if that might play into this, that's why the urgency to change to maybe pacify that side of the equation. I just want your thoughts on that. Thanks.
Pete, that's another interesting question.
Certainly is.
It's a very interesting question.
I'm sure a lot of people have their theories on it. Theo, your guy Theo.
Oh, what does Theo have to
Not
say?
Jimmy Allen.
Holgorsen was knighted by Raiola's family. They have knighted him. They have given him the power.
Ooh, what do the Raiolas use to knight somebody? The queen has a sword. What do they have?
A football.
That's boring.
It's probably one of Dominic's old Lions helmets or something.
Or
I'm
a
not
jock strap, maybe.
John writes, Holgorsen's offense better be completely, his emphasis, not mine, and totally unrecognizable from Satterfield's. After every play, I should be able to say to myself, I have never seen that play before this year.
John sounds like a real smart cookie with that take. Wow, a totally unique and new play to the sport of football. Thank God they made the change. It will not be completely and totally unrecognizable.
Maybe he's the Bill Belichick of college football.
For this goofy puke game that we have now dubbed the one flew over the cuckoo's nest game because both teams right now are in a weird spot mentally.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I wouldn't rule anything out.
What if they did that whole double reverse pass that you hate so much because it always gains 10 yards? Goat!
That's
yards.
a Satterfield play. That's a Satterfield special.
What if they really?
You know how they have the Philly special? That's the Satterfield special.
What if they dig
Fatty
into the
special.
archives and get some of those goofy ass college football plays from the early 1900s?
Hell, just come out in the single wing.
Look at that cool play Texas ran over the weekend where it was like fake, and then they
yeah.
tossed it back to a guy. That'd be cool.
If they were able to pull that off, that would be amazing.
Uh-huh.
Given that they haven't had much time to practice.
Money Chris says, why can't Rule just say that Holgorsen will be the OC next year? Okay, so my actual theory, and this is just guessing, is that they just have not buttoned down the contract yet, and that's why. He wasn't going to say it because it's not true. He doesn't know definitively. I think he wants him to be he said he wants him to be the offensive coordinator next year. The other thing is, what if Holgorsen were to get a head coaching job offer? He can't promise that he will be the offensive coordinator, and then suddenly Holgorsen is going to be a head coach somewhere.
Yeah, honestly, and then that would blow up this is where I am excited about this.
Next year.
I'm excited for what it could mean next year when you actually have a chance to work in the off season to craft exactly what it is you want to do.
For sure.
Because remember, this will be new territory for Dana. He has never coached in this league before.
Yeah.
And so, and I have no idea. We know this. Dana Holgorsen has morphed his principles, right? Used to be a true disciple of the air raid. And then, of course, you heard it from our guest, Jeff Mitchell. Jokingly, they tried to excommunicate him from the air raid
because he ran too much.
Because he ran the ball too much. It was joking, of course. So he has, as all good coaches do, they have to adjust to the changing times. They have to adjust to the counter that the defense has been showing you.
You can't just do what you've always done.
But you have a better chance to do all of that and to analyze all of that when you have a full season of meetings and spring practice and summer and fall camp. And then, of course, a season under your belt.
Yeah.
He will not have that. Again, this is like you're wounded in battle and you've been brought to the MASH unit. And Dana Holgorsen as Hawkeye Pierce. That's what we're going to call him, Hawkeye. It's Hawkeye. Well,
what kind of reference is that, John? That's
It's
50-year-old
MASH.
reference.
It's a great. You should watch MASH. It's such a good show.
Maybe we should call
Too many
him Trapper
episodes.
John. We'll call him Trapper John because call him Hawkeye. It sounds like
many
he's
of
an
our
Iowa guy.
listeners get
Well, he
this
is
reference?
an Iowa guy.
What about Radar?
We have a lot of Gen
No,
Zers
Radar-
who listen to
Radar-
our show.
Get some grape knee high.
They're not going to get this reference.
They should. Gen Z, my generation.
Learn your
watch
history,
MASH.
Gen Z. Stop being so
It's a
caught up in your own feels.
You're saying that we should learn history by watching a TV show?
Sure.
A TV show that lasted
I thought you wanted
longer
people to
than
go
the war.
outside and play.
Well, I want that too.
Okay.
Did you used to play MASH growing up?
Nice.
Oh, wait. We called that Doctor. Coming up next, Steve Sipple.
We call him Doctor.
1620 The Zone.
it'd be nice to have a blow
Throw.
It would be nice to have a blow
Throw.
It would be nice to have a blow
Throw.
It would be nice to have a blow
Throw.
It would be nice to have a blow
Throw.
It would be nice to have a blow
Throw.
It would be nice to have a blow
Throw.
It would be nice to have a blow
Throw.
when you're gone.
Sipple the snowflake is one old triggered soul with reading glasses sitting on his nose and takes that really blow. Sipple the snowflake deserves a mouthpiece to the face. He says LeBron's the GOAT and Steph will choke. Then he runs to his safe space. Hey, we gotta be careful here. He tells us when we speak. But when 10 games air in a day, he thinks that's too many. Oh! Sipple the snowflake says words like mature. He's a blogger now and an honor too, and also really old.
Stephen M. Sipple, as the sun is setting before 5 o'clock, practically dark now.
This sucks.
Yeah. That's one thing Dana Holgorsen ain't going to do. He ain't going to be able to push that sun back up in the sky. We're stuck with it. What's up, man?
Not much, man. How are you doing?
Good. Good. Not
I'm
bad.
great.
Yeah, I can't.
I'm sorry, I wasn't leaving you out. John addressed me.
I know. I just said I'm great. John seems to hate Dana Holgorsen and
No,
everything.
okay. See, this is the problem. This is the problem that you people, and I do mean you people do.
Nice.
When I issue my concerns over something, it's instantly now that he hates the idea. Never said.
He hates Nebraska. and he
Never
hates
said
Holgorsen.
I hated the idea of having Dana Holgorsen in the program. Never hated it.
You hate that it's happening right now, though.
I think it is a panic move, and I think I in the short term, I'm not sure if it's going to do a whole lot.
Simple your
Long
thought.
term, I think it could be a very exciting move.
Just a lot of ways to look at it. Is it so a panic move?
Oh, I think it's
I
definitely a
think there's an
panic
element
move.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's an element. This is all how you want to word things. You know, is it a panic move or is it a proactive move to get a win or two? You know, with a needed win needs to happen. I don't know. I guess I've been comparing it to Marty Bird and Wendy Bird. There's a
Oh God, we're comparing it to the birds. Oh dear God. No. Please continue the analogy.
Yeah, I mean, the Ozark, why you tune in is to see if the birds can get out of whatever fix they happen to be in that episode.
Yep.
And Rule is in a fix right now. 2 bad losses. That's the key. 2 bad losses that in August, you know, when camp began, we'll say, Matt Rule didn't envision losing to Indiana 56-7. There's no way that was in his thoughts, nor was it in ours.
No.
Probably didn't envision losing on his home field to UCLA in the manner that it did. We certainly didn't. So now you have these 2 bad losses, and I mean, panic is not it's not out of bounds to surmise it. He's in a fix. That's the way I'd put it. He's in a fix. He's in a jackpot, and that you got to get out of it somehow.
I made an analogy earlier, Sip, that, well, it's not an analogy, but just an observation, that this goes counter this type of a impulsive move, maybe is another word you could use.
I don't think it's impulsive, but go ahead.
Well, I mean, but the idea of that Matt Rule has always been about process and development and, you know, hey, this is how we're going to do this.
Right.
And this move runs counter to that.
Oh, yeah. There's a lot. You guys, I know you've been talking about for a while because I was listening to the early portions of your show. there's so many talking points, and that's a great one. And that's what I hear from coaches this week, John, that yeah, I mean, the kids, the players, I mean, what do they think? You heard these same voices from the same offensive staff for months. I mean, going back to, let's say the start of spring. So the start of spring, and then it lasts all through August, fall preseason camp, and then up until this point in the season, you're hearing the same voices and the same things, and now all of a sudden, boom, it's changed. That's not small. It flies in the face of everything we've been told over the years about continuity. Right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Nebraska continuity. Wow, Nebraska football, one of its hallmarks is continuity. That ended probably 2003. But that was for the old, like John and I mainly. We can remember that. That was a big topic. It was always something you kind of hung your hat on, and now it flies in the face of that. So now, on the other hand, you see, you can do this back and forth on this. On the other hand, this is a new age, and what is December 4th? It's signing day, right? Yep. And then December 9th, the portal opens. And you could sell this, John, as being not impulsive, not reactive, not panic. You could sell it as cutting edge. That more coaches may start to do this, because if you have to sell something to keep players not to keep players, but to attract players, and maybe keep players too, attract players, not only recruits, but also out of the portal. You make moves now. You don't wait till November 29th or whenever Nebraska ends the season. If you're going to make them, maybe make them now. And I think maybe you would say Rule is just doing something that more coaches will do down the line.
And I would agree with you 100%. If I knew for a fact, and if he knew for a fact, and we all knew for a fact, that Dana Holgorsen is next year's offensive coordinator.
Okay,
that's where because I hear you, Sip. I hear you 100% on all of that. Had the announcement yesterday been, hey, he is the dude now, next year and for the foreseeable future, then yeah, I understand that. Well, but you can't sell that in the moment.
I mean, there's not always guarantees. I mean, when you asked your wife to marry you, there wasn't a guarantee there. But you figured it probably could happen, and it's probably what Rule's thinking. No guarantees.
Yeah.
But he's got him in his house right now, and he's probably got a pretty good shot.
Hey, Sip, sorry.
Oh, and by the way, the one thing you got to look at in that conversation, John, and it gets overlooked, but probably a big reason Dana Holgorsen here is Dylan Raiola, and Dylan Raiola's not going anywhere.
Sip, I said a little bit earlier with John that like the need to get to 6 wins, to quote Bill Moose, is like of paramount importance. And we had a little bit of a debate because he's like, I mean, really, is there a difference between 5 and 6? But I think that there is quite a chasm between those two numbers, mainly because, I mean, if you don't get to 6 this year, it means you're losing 6 in a row to finish up the season. Matt Rule, for the first time really at any point in his time in Nebraska, said last week, you know, how important it is for the players that they get that bowl bid. I wonder how you view this move through the prism of that and the necessity of getting to a bowl game in 2024.
You blanked out a little bit. 5 wins versus 6.
Yeah, basically, like we were having a debate on, like, is there really that big of a difference between those two?
Yeah, it's a huge deal.
Yeah,
no, Josh, you're right on this one. 100% right. It's monumental. I mean, you can't. What's that facility cost over there? The football facility at $200 million or something. Oof. You can't, and it's not because of that. You just can't have a football facility, a training facility, dark for a month, and that's effectively what it becomes. We've seen it. Players leave. They leave. They take off. They're nowhere to be found. They don't develop at all. There's no development going on. They're not even around each other. It is 100%. 6 wins is exceptionally meaningful right now to this program. This program with 80 plus redshirt freshmen and freshmen. That's another spring ball they effectively get. There's no way you can come back on that. It's just a fact. Those practices are enormous. in the sport of football. You can't not have them and expect to advance as a program. It's really hard to do. You can do it, but it just makes it the climb that much tougher. Josh, 100% right on that.
And what about from the self-preservation standpoint for Rule? Like if they miss a bowl, I've said that I think that he would go into next year on the hot seat. Is that an asinine opinion?
No, not really. I mean, I just, when you start talking hot seat, it's always sort of this subjective discussion.
Sure.
So I don't, in hot seat, I don't know what that, I would say that discussion is great for us in talk radio because it's become more complicated than it was. I mean, think about what happened at Florida just now with Billy Napier. I think you might be less apt to move on, have to pay a guy a huge buyout when you have to pay players now. You're going to have $22 million in house or whatever it's going to be. It looks like it's down to 20 or 20.5. But you might be more apt to be patient with head coaches now, especially the very highly paid ones like Matt Rule. So no, I mean, I don't know, Josh. I think
darn these phones.
I don't know how you can get any other conclusion based on his last two press conferences, but I don't know that he should fear for his job, even if he were to lose out.
How much do you think this move was made in response to what felt like, at least to me, a turning of the tide within the fan base after the UCLA game? It just seemed like a lot more of the attention was focused more on him than even it was on Satterfield after UCLA.
Well, I hope he's not making moves because he's taking the temperature fan base, John. It's possible. I mean, coaches do it sometimes. I hope he's doing it more as just a very practical way to move the chains, right?
Mm-hmm.
Get wins. Like he said, he verbalized it pretty well yesterday. Maybe this is worth 10 points, 14 points, some first downs, some extra first downs that Nebraska hasn't been getting, and that can be the difference. And these games a lot of them have been close. So I hope if that's what you're suggesting, I hope you're wrong. I'm not saying you're wrong. I just hope you're wrong. I heard your discussion earlier. Somebody emailed in about, Rule not throwing any screen passes a week after they were heavily criticized for doing so. And then last year's episode with Maryland and the way they played against Wisconsin at the end. I get that. It seems like he does listen. He does have like Josh was saying on the air, he does. Oh, I know for a fact. He knows what's being said by a lot of the people. So, but I don't, John, I hope that's not the case. I hope that's not why he made the move. I
don't want to make it sound like that's the total motivation, but that maybe for something as unprecedented as this, turning him from a guy who wasn't inside the walls 10 days ago to play caller, right?
Well, here's the thing. It is unprecedented, but I got to think it out. I mean, I haven't thought this part out very clearly. But I don't even know that you could have made this move easily, as recently as last season. I mean, the expanded coaching staff allows you to do it, right? I mean, you could hire whoever you want, whenever you want, now and pay them whatever you want. That hasn't always been the case.
Right, but if you could have made a move like this 3 years ago, but you would have had to fire the other guy to do it. This allows Rule the flexibility to just move Marcus basically down the bench.
If that's what he wants to do. So yeah, I think the motivation is pure, and that what I think the motivation is we've covered it. You guys have covered it. They got to win another game or two.
Mm-hmm.
And I imagine the AD feels that way. There's a boss. Everybody has one, including Rule. Come on. I mean, the boss has to sell the stadium project here pretty soon. This is all, we're in a hot zone right now. It's tough. Like I said, he's Marty and Wendy. He's got to find his way out of this. And it can happen on Saturday. It would go, think of what a long way that would go.
Oh man.
Towards sort of, squelching a lot of the sort of panic talk we're hearing.
We just want to make it very clear that Sip is not comparing Matt Rule's wife to Wendy Bird.
No.
Who was not a good person.
Hey,
especially at the end, man. She went
end.
really dark.
Hey, speaking of Saturday, what's your read on who starts at quarterback?
It's Dylan, Josh, but I don't say it with 100% confidence.
Okay.
And I mean, today's Tuesday. I wish I would know. I wish I'd know. I don't know as I sit here. If he practiced today, that'd be huge, right? To know that. I don't know. But as of yesterday, I felt like there was a great chance that he would play.
A great chance.
Yeah, but not a 100% chance. So I just got to cover myself. But I'm not really covering myself. That's the way I feel about it. I think there's a great chance he'll play.
There were folks who were asking earlier, and many others have asked this question as well, how much the Raiola family was involved in this process. What do you think?
Well, I don't know that it was heavily involved in the process, but I think that it's not my guess. I think that Dominic feels good about it.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's not hard to surmise that because of what Dominic has said about Dylan. He wants to be coached hard. He wants to improve. He wants to win. All those things you have a better chance to do under Dana Holgorsen. I think he'd agree. I think any objective observer would agree with that based on just if you stack stats from Holgorsen versus Satterfield, stack resumes of Holgorsen versus Satterfield. I think that all it checks out. But I mean, the thing is, Dylan does, and the other thing is, Dylan wants to win. It's paramount. That's paramount. And I think Holgorsen gives Nebraska a better chance to win in the immediate. And I do think if they can make him, I think you got a great chance to get him long term because of Dylan.
Hey, not to get too long-term on this discussion, but I can't help but think about the coaching staff, and if he is the offensive coordinator in 2025, what kind of say he would have on that side of the ball. I wonder what you would expect to happen, especially given that he's been a head coach before. Like, this is not like an up-and-coming offensive coordinator. This is a guy who has put together a staff.
Yeah.
Right, and he works for a very alpha head coach.
Yes.
So now there's a great question I can't really answer. I wish I knew. It's a little cart before the horse, but because as of today, Rule probably doesn't even know if he'll have Holgorsen next year. But that will be something to watch very closely. And it's a very the dynamics really interesting because of both of them are alphas. So yeah, how will that go? I don't know. It'll be really interesting though.
That is the other part. We haven't really talked about this, but just the chemistry between those two. Rule, I mean, they obviously know each other. They've been around each other,
So
but they've never worked together.
Yeah.
And that can be a whole different animal that you've got to get used to, and you're doing it on the fly.
Yeah, with 3 games left.
Is this something? I mean, it is. It's fascinating. It's a picture. I don't know if it'll work. I have a hunch come on. The offense is probably going to look better. You're going to notice things right away that they weren't using last week. My guess is it will be better. Some of it is how healthy is Dylan? I mean, is he moving okay?
Mm-hmm.
So there's a lot of and the big thing that doesn't get talked about enough, but it's just gigantic, is how are the players reacting to all this? It's impossible to know.
It is, because they were not made available this week to discuss it, which, by the way, I don't necessarily disagree with. I get why they're trying to play their cards very close to the vest right now. They're trying to be as mysterious as they can.
Right.
About
Makes
this.
sense, right?
Sure it does.
Sad.
Sure it does. I don't want it to
I'm looking out for my media brethren.
I don't want it to be a permanent thing, though. I don't want it to be a permanent
I would hope that, I've already thought about next Tuesday. I think next Tuesday they should just have Holgorsen will have called the game.
Yep.
He is your sitting OC, albeit, indefinite. We don't know what it'll look like going forward, but there's no reason not to have Tuesday as it was next week.
Sip, let's lighten the mood here for a moment.
Oh.
Because Troy Dannon, in addition to wanting to, create a new stadium, or at least,
Create a new stadium?
take that back.
Whoa, sports flash.
Alter the stadium. Pray he doesn't alter it any further.
Nice.
But he also wants to add events, new non-traditional events.
Yeah.
So, Sip, pick anything your heart desires. What non-Nebraska football event would you like to see in Memorial Stadium?
Oh, it's easy, and I think they still do it to some extent. It's Farm Aid. I'd like to see a recreate. If you're really saying I have some leeway.
Yeah. This is anything your heart desires.
To even pick something that's sort of fictional, I'd say a recreation of Farm Aid with many of the principles that were on hand last time. Mellencamp, for instance. Dylan's still alive, I think.
Bob?
Willie Nelson. Who else? Who else are we talking about?
I'm bringing it up now. Farm Aid 3 was held in Lincoln. This is from the official farmaid.org website. Farm Aid 3 was held in Lincoln, Nebraska on September 19th.
Lou Reed, I believe, is still available.
Artists include Steppenwolf, Vince Gill.
Okay, he's alive.
Lyle Lovett.
Alive.
And John Denver.
Not deceased.
Yes. And the Grateful Dead performed via They were on via satellite? That's lame.
They were on Zoom?
No, it was via satellite.
It was the Zoom of its day.
They had masks on.
Nice.
No, that would be it. That would be it. It'd be incredible.
Icon says Sipple should have just said that 1893 World's Fair.
Hey, kids, it's the world of tomorrow.
Remember
Here's
the world?
flying cars.
Remember the World's Fair?
By the way,
yeah,
I thought.
By the way,
Farm
many
Aid-
are pointing out Lou Reed is dead.
I thought Farm Aid was in August.
Yeah.
It was on September 19th in the middle of the damn season.
What the hell?
No wonder Osborne was ticked off about my AstroTurf.
Oh, I can remember him going in the end zone and picking up cigarette butts after a practice. He was literally picking up cigarette butts.
Oh, I bet he hated that with a passion.
Oh, he did. He 100% hated it. I remember it.
Nice.
I'm surprised Devaney allowed it.
Yeah, it was a huge event for Lincoln.
Of course, it gave
I think
Bob a
it'd be
chance
hard-
to party
it
with
was hard
Willie.
to turn it down.
I got to think that Bob and Willie probably partied hard together that night. Don't you?
Well, there's a lot of that going on that night.
Well, did you know the first World's Fair lasted 5 months?
What else were you going to do back then?
That is so long. The Olympics are 2 weeks, and that feels like it's a long
Josh,
time.
there was nothing going on back then.
Yeah, it
They
was
needed that.
1851.
Yeah, this was before they had Disney World.
Yeah.
Did you know Omaha hosted, not the World's Fair, but they hosted a big fair on the riverfront? They had all these plaster buildings and stuff up.
I didn't know that.
People think it's a conspiracy that Omaha used to be a bigger city, but then they tore it down.
Interesting. All right, there you go. That's World's Fair talk.
Sip, have a great trip out to L.A. Good luck finding a favorite restaurant out there.
Mastro's in Beverly Hills is where we're going.
There you go.
Wait, you're going to Beverly Hills?
It's like the Weezer song.
Mastro's.
That's where I want
Da-na-na-na, da-na-na. I want a Beverly Hills 90210 style open with the boys from Husker Online. That's what I want.
Build it in Canva, Sipple.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
Didn't you ever watch Beverly Hills 90210, Sip?
I might have caught some of it, but no.
Nice.
No.
Luke Perry, Jason Priestley,
Never watched it.
Tori Spelling.
Safe travel, Sipple.
Bye, Sip.
Thank you, guys. Have a good one.
You
Thanks
bet.
for having me on.
You're welcome. Thank you, Sip.
Thanks for coming on to the show.
Sip going the Farm Aid. I thought he was just going to say, yeah, I just want to see Bud Crawford, which, I think we all would.
I'm surprised he didn't say Springsteen. Like,
I don't
I
think
want
he's a
Farm Aid.
Springsteen
And
guy.
you don't think he was a sports writer?
He is, but I don't think he cares about Springsteen.
Is he really a sports writer then?
Severe writes, the World's Fair in New Orleans in 84 lasted almost 4 months. They had the Challenger there.
Yeah, World's Fairs. Yeah.
I didn't realize they lasted so
where
long.
Shea Stadium, well, now it's Citi Field, but when Shea Stadium was built,
yeah,
that the New York World's Fair, that was on that piece of property.
The thing I was talking about. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Was the Trans-Mississippi International
Yes.
Exposition.
When was that?
In 1893, right?
1898.
1898.
Remember the 1890s?
They had all these like buildings and stuff that were made out of plaster put up on the river.
Yeah.
But then people are illiterate and dumb, and they're like, they used to be a whole city. Ancient civilizations built those, and they tore it down to cover it up.
Nobody said that.
John, you would be surprised.
You weren't there.
Amazing Daniel writes, give me an NFL preseason game. The NFL plays regular season games overseas. I bet they could be talked into KC versus Minnesota preseason game that would probably sell out Memorial Stadium.
Oh, I've been touting that for a long time.
That'd be pretty neat.
I would love to see that.
Be pretty neat.
But you know how those owners are with their money.
Why should I do it here when I can do it at home and fleece my own ticket holders?
Exactly.
But I like the idea. I like where you're going.
I'd go. Maybe.
You know what I want?
I'd go. It's an NFL game in Lincoln. I'd go.
Monster Jam.
That would be sick, actually.
And that's how we get rid of South Stadium. We just convert it into one big giant dirt pile, and they can and Bigfoot and Gravedigger can just ramp that sucker and jump into the chem lab.
Is there a 2024 version of Evel Knievel? Could we have him just jump Memorial?
Travis Pastrana's probably retired now, isn't he?
I do like Travis Pastrana. I watched him race once. It was cool. He didn't win.
And
I remember Travis Pastrana.
And Evel Knievel's Robbie Knievel. I think he's definitely.
Honestly, Red Bull could probably do something. Red Bull likes to do wacky things.
Well, yeah, that's. They did the. Jack Mitchell and I always enjoyed it. They only did it for like 2 years, where they did the big stunt show on New Year's Eve.
Mm-hmm.
So instead of watching the ball drop, you're like watching a guy,
a guy drop,
jumping his car across the fountains at Caesar Palace or something like that.
John, I found your burner on the YouTube chat. This is now the second time in the last week that now it's interesting. Your burner goes by the same name as you, John.
What are you talking about?
So last week on Friday, John wrote Vince Lombardi, ... Bill Belichick, ... Newt Rockne, ... Dana Holgorsen, ... Ha ha. Yeah, right. Now your burner has responded yet again. Vince Lombardi, ... Bill Belichick, ... Bill Walsh, ... Dana Holgorsen, ... Ha ha. Yeah, right.
Why is this my burner?
Because you also don't like the hire of Dana Holgorsen, just like this John guy.
No. Again, you are misconstruing what I have.
Yeah, right.
I have no problems with Dana Holgorsen being in the organization. I just don't know if handing him the playbook with zero time to really work with it, relatively speaking, is necessarily a good decision.
Yeah, right. Also, no one has said like he's that good. I think people are just excited that it's not Satterfield anymore.
See,
Pound of flesh.
Honestly, that's part of the problem.
Oh, interesting. That they fired the bad OC. That's the problem.
But again, I've made it very clear that's not the main reason why they are having issues.
It's a reason, though. Do you worry that you're zagging too much when everyone else is zigging with the Dana Holgorsen hire?
I think people are putting way too much into this thing. I mean, I saw tweets earlier. Now he averages 30 points a game. Well, that doesn't mean it's going to happen this week.
What if they score
30? Or the next week or the week after that.
Related to Farm Aid, Jim says that the closing act for Farm Aid was Joe Walsh. I said I would pass that along.
Joe Walsh.
Is he still alive?
Yeah.
Care about no Joe Walsh. Is he related to Bill?
No, the Eagles, Josh.
Ha ha. Yeah, right. I don't know. I never liked the Eagles.
Really?
Hotel California.
It's because of the Eagles, isn't it?
Good song. No. Good song. Crappy band.
I
I
don't hate all Cowboys. I just hate those idiots in Dallas.
Yeah, you love John Wayne.
I watched Yellowstone last night. I watched those Cowboys.
Ha ha. Yeah, right.
By the way, Kevin Costner, R.I.P.
Did they kill him on the episode?
Well,
because I knew they already were taking him off the show. Did they kill him in the episode?
Off. Yeah, they took him. He took himself off.
How did he die? Spoiler alert. How did he die? Did he hang himself?
Suicide.
But how did? Oh, so did they leave it open just in case he wants to come back?
Oh, it's part of the plot line. No. The character's gone.
The character's actually dead. Like you saw the dead body.
Yes.
Okay.
The character is gone.
What was the suicide?
Like
he got killed though?
Yeah, that was a setup.
Ha ha. He committed suicide. Ha ha. Yeah, right. So the John guy said. We're talking about Yellowstone, Nick.
Yeah, they have Cowboys there. I like those Cowboys.
A lot of people I heard were mad about the season finale
No, premiere.
Premiere. See, was it a season premiere
Yeah.
or was because I thought it was
It's the final
same,
season.
I thought it was the same season, but it was just
It is.
600
It's like,
days between.
Yeah, it's like The Sopranos.
It's like Sopranos,
where
Breaking Bad,
where
Mad Men,
yeah.
part 1, part 2.
Yeah.
It's all based off of
It's the first new
contracts.
one in the last 2 years.
That's crazy. Ha ha. Yeah, right.
When we come back, who's left in the playoff hunt?
Great question.
16-20 The Zone.
Miami has the Dolphins, the greatest football.
You ripped off the damn song. This isn't even your song. This isn't even your song. This doesn't even count.
You know, Nick's obvious.
You and your goofy goober coach.
Miami Dolphins. Miami Dolphins. Miami Dolphins.
You still suck.
How about the fact that Nick's team is
Miami
undefeated
Dolphins.
against our teams the last 2
Miami
seasons?
Dolphins.
Nick's
You stole this song.
Nick is
stolen valor.
Nick is obviously in a great mood. Excuse me, you're in a horrible mood. Nick's in a great mood. I got some news that will make Nick happy, but also our listeners happy, and that is that this week's Zone Deal is to cops. Woo! delicious pizza, seafood, pasta, tasty charred wings, and a whole lot more. $50 worth of vouchers for only $25. And how about this? That's a Friday at 9, 1620zone.com. We're also going to be giving away Cops gift certificates on the Grum.
Hell yeah, we are.
And we're bringing back an oldie but a goodie to do so. So
Well,
stay tuned. Miami Dolphins.
Are we going to use the
The
new
desperate
graphic that
to
I
get to
made
6
for it?
game.
Yeah.
Remember
you
that
made a graphic?
Remember that graphic I made the last time we played Need to Get to 6?
I don't.
On Canva.
Oh, what a great website.
Maybe we can use my new Canva graphic.
I love how John just hates Canva.
I don't hate it. It's just you guys go on and on about it like it's like
It's
the
better
greatest
than
thing
using
since sliced
Microsoft
bread.
PowerPoint to make graphics.
You know, our old GM liked to do that. He loved it. He made everything in PowerPoint.
Well, our old GM is John's age, so if the shoe fits. How about the playoff, John?
How about the playoff?
How many teams are in the playoff race?
Tonight we're going to find out in between the Michigan State-Kansas game.
Oh, that's right. It's that stupid doubleheader.
And the Duke-Kentucky game as part of the Champions Classic. So it'll be sometime tonight around 7:30, 7:45 our time.
Yeah.
Because the Kansas game is going to tip off here in just a few minutes. How many teams remain in the playoff? Obviously, anyone who is still within breathing distance of a conference championship, a Power 4 conference championship, is in the running.
Which in the Big Ten is 4 teams. In the SEC, and I'm looking at Ari Wasserman's story. He says that there are 26 teams that are still in the playoff race with 3 regular season weeks left. The 4 Big Ten teams, obviously. Here are the SEC teams: A&M, Georgia, Texas, Tennessee, Bama, Ole Miss, and Missouri. What is that, 7 teams, John? Or did I just
7.
read 8 teams? That's 7 teams. Big 12, he says there are still 5 teams in the playoff race.
Well, they're mathematically
in
able to get to the conference championship game.
Yep, Arizona State, Colorado, Kansas State, Iowa State, and BYU.
Yep.
In the ACC, it is just down to 3. Miami, SMU, and Clemson.
Yep.
Obviously, we know about Notre Dame.
Mm-hmm.
Where I was a little surprised, because we did this exercise, I think, 2 weeks ago. We talked about the group of 5, and we had it narrowed down to like 2, didn't we? Wasn't it just Boise and Army, I think, that we mentioned in passing? Did we mention Tulane?
No.
Because Tulane is on his list. Washington State is on his list. So I do think we might have mentioned them. Louisiana is on his list. Army, obviously. Boise. And UNLV also on his list, even with 2 losses. I find it hard to believe that BYU, or that UNLV, would still be in the playoff race, given that they lost to Boise. And so I feel like that they would get boxed out by Boise. Army has a chance to really make things interesting. I don't think they will, but if they were to upset Notre Dame next week, that would throw quite the wrench into the situation, because then they would have a better win than Boise has. Boise's best win is a loss. It's that they played Oregon really, really well. But if Army went into Yankee Stadium a week from Saturday and won, that'd be the best win of any of the G5 teams, and they'd be on their way towards an undefeated, regular season.
I would say this right now. If Army beats Notre Dame, Army jumps Boise.
Oh, for
and
sure.
they should.
Yeah, definitely.
Because they would easily have the best win.
Yeah, for sure.
And it's not even a close second.
Yeah.
The problem, Boise does a cakey schedule on the rest of the way because, well, they play in the Mountain West.
Yeah.
And they, right now, Colorado State is 4-0 in the Mountain West.
Mm-hmm.
So they're trying to play their way into the Mountain West Championship.
And then not be a team that is in the playoff race, but perhaps box out Boise State because of their losses earlier this year.
Exactly.
Interesting. So 26 teams still in the playoff race.
Well, let's narrow this down real quick. Who's still in the at-large conversation?
So basically, are you asking if they lose or they I guess what is the way you're asking this question?
Well, who's in the at-large conversation? Who is still alive as an at-large?
Well, certainly all the Big Ten teams are, right?
The 4 of them are.
Yeah. I mean, all those Okay, now I see what you're saying. I do not think Missouri is in the at-large conversation.
But the other 6, Texas, Tennessee, Georgia, Alabama, Ole Miss, and A&M are.
Yeah. Yes, they are. They definitely are.
Is there anyone from either of the other 2 power leagues? Notre Dame obviously is in the conversation.
Yeah.
I think BYU still is.
They're the best example of a Big 12 team, because if they go undefeated and they lost in the title game, especially if they lost to Kansas State, they beat Kansas State. So if they lost to Kansas State, they were 12-1. I think they could definitely get in. They have the SMU win, and they would have then a win over a conference champion in Kansas State. ACC. I don't think those teams, I don't think any of them are.
No.
I don't think any of Miami, SMU, or Clemson is in the at-large race.
I don't know if a one-loss Miami, well, it'd have to be a two-loss Miami now because they've already lost.
Correct.
Obviously, if they win the conference, they're in.
Miami and Clemson losing in the last few weeks, I think, has made that league a one-bid league.
Yes.
I think you could talk me into the Big 12 being a two-bid league. I think they would need a little help. And again, they have also hurt themselves because Iowa State's lost 2 in a row. Kansas State lost to Houston. And that, I think, really changed the math of that league. If those teams would have remained undefeated, because again, think of who they lost to. Iowa State lost to Kansas and Texas Tech. Kansas State lost to Houston. So they lost to 3 teams that are not anywhere near the conversation. That really hurt them.
Our friend Kelly Ford, K Ford Ratings, he does his most deserving rankings. And look who's at the top of the list. He did this by percentage. So in other words, these percentages are how much more or less deserving of a college football playoff spot each team is relative to the 12th best resume. So this is based on resumes. And number 1, tied with Oregon, is BYU.
Wow.
BYU's resume, according to K Ford, right now is as good as Oregon's versus the 12th best resume in the field. Georgia is at 60%. So they're third. And then it's a steep drop
to Penn State.
Penn State, 36%. Ohio State, 33%. Alabama, 32%. Indiana, 32%. Miami, 26%. So Miami's still on the plus side of the curve, according to K Ford.
Interesting.
Tennessee, 26%. And the first team on the negative side of the bar is Notre Dame.
Very fascinating. Yeah, going back to...
because, again, this is just based on deserving, based on resume, based on who have they beaten and who they've lost to.
Going back to the top, he has Georgia third. I don't know if you had a chance to read Stuart Mandel's column today, but he basically made an argument that Georgia should be higher than Texas in tonight's standings, and that the committee has a chance to really say, like, having one more loss than another team is not the worst thing in the world when you take into account their schedule. If Texas had played Georgia's schedule, would they have the same amount of wins and losses? And it's a great argument because they have played a brutal schedule. I do not think they have passed the smell test recently. Their offense looks like it's, very much bogged down. They've played a lot of close games this year, but when you consider who they beat, they got taken to the wire, or they took Bama to the wire in a great comeback. The Ole Miss game was not very good, but they dominated Texas. They absolutely dominated them. They destroyed Clemson. I mean, that is one of the better non-conference wins any program has had this year. And there's one more game that I'm forgetting that I can't remember that they've also beaten. So, it's going to be interesting to see how they treat all these teams. You and I did the exercise yesterday, and it is pretty difficult. I think the top 2 teams are the easiest. Oregon, Ohio State. After that, I mean, you can really argue for a lot of different stuff.
Yes, you can.
Because it comes down to what do you value? How important are just pure wins and losses? But how important are a higher number of wins versus a tougher schedule and maybe more wins versus an easier schedule? Texas has an easier schedule than Georgia. Indiana has a way easier schedule than both of them. But one team has blown everybody out except for one team, and the others have lost a couple of times.
I agree wholeheartedly with what Stuart is saying. In fact, tonight might even be a more interesting reveal than last week.
Definitely.
Because of Georgia losing, but also how the committee treats Alabama.
Yep.
Alabama now has 3 really good wins on their resume, and going down and knocking out LSU like they did, I think the committee, again, we're going to be parsing these things very closely.
And then what do they do with Tennessee? Because then Tennessee also added onto their ledger with what Alabama did.
Yes, they did.
Alabama beats LSU. That's a good win now for Tennessee. An even better win for Tennessee.
Not to pat myself on the back, but it's one of the better takes I had during the offseason was there is more intrigue and there is going to be more dispute with this 12-team format than there was with a 4-team format. Because there are so many more variables.
100%.
And now we're really parsing resumes. I mean, let's just real quick before we take a break. If this were still the 4-team field,
gross.
But it'd be a piece of cake, wouldn't it? Because it would be it'd be easier than this because it'd be Oregon, Ohio State, and then the question becomes, are you
valuing an unbeaten
Are you sticking
team?
Indiana in there?
What about BYU? Or are you just talking about the top 4?
In BYU, yeah. If you're just doing the top
See,
4.
I feel like it'd be annoying this year. Thank God it's not 4 because there would be a lot of argument for how much you value wins and losses, how much you value strength of schedule.
Yeah.
Yeah, Travis, the SEC politicking is going to be on a whole other level compared to what it was in the 4-team playoff. Yeah, if you were someone who was like, please God, I don't want that many teams, you have to root for the Big Ten to take care of business. No upsets. Penn State's got to win out. Oregon, they're fine.
But the Big Ten's going to need to do some politicking as well.
I know, and you know what? That goes against what the Big Ten likes to do.
Because
they got to do it, though.
Because they've had, those top 4 teams, generally speaking, have had very easy, except for Ohio State. Because Ohio State's the only one to play the other 3 in that quartet.
Yeah.
The other 3 have only played Ohio State.
Yeah, exactly.
That's it.
Yeah.
And Indiana, garbage non-conference. Penn State, non-conference. They had West Virginia.
West Virginia took a big step back.
The SEC is saying the Big Ten has to adjust to us.
Nice.
And
Oregon played Boise.
Oregon had Boise.
Yeah, and Oregon State. The Oregon State's,
No.
Not what they are.
No one's going to count that.
Yeah, Petitti's got to get on the stump.
Coming up in content, somebody else fired their offensive coordinator this week.
Oh.
Also, going down under, and the Cavaliers.
Oh, nice.
16-20 the zone.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Nick, what do you got on content?
Last night, my Dolphins beat your Rams, even after Tua threw a bunch of interceptions.
This is not. It's not on the
John,
script.
how
you sent
nervous
me.
are you for the Rams for the rest of the season after they lost to the Dolphins?
I'm very upset with our offense. I think it looked like trash last night. We made a bad football team look good.
Maybe the Dolphins are back,
folks.
We'll see. Time will tell.
Are the Rams the Nebraska of the NFL?
No, we've won a championship recently.
Got him.
Defending NFC champions of the Super Bowl, and still you're defending NFC champions of the Super Bowl, by the way.
Speaking of Nebraska, Matt Rule isn't the only coach firing an OC this week. The Bears parted ways with Shane Waldron this morning, less than a season into this tenure. Thomas Brown is elevated from pass game coordinator. Whose offense will see the most improvement, the Huskers or the Bears?
Oh, good question. The answer is push, neither. Dude, there was a video that's been making the rounds of Jackson Smith and Jigba from this past off season. I think it was at Radio Row. So he's probably hawking. He was probably hawk-tooing some product.
Don't bring it back.
He was asked by somebody from Chicago, like, "Hey, the Bears, if they've hired Shane Waldron, what are the Bears getting this year?" And the silence that he had for like the next 10 seconds told the entire story. He was like, he's a really good person.
Yeah.
I mean, it was pretty bad. Not great. Really, really bad.
Folks are now asking, hey, well, what would it take for you to make this think that this is a good move by Nebraska? I don't know, but I'll promise you this. I'll promise you this. I won't make judgment until after these games are all over. I don't want to put it all on this game or the next. Let's see how it looks over the next 3 games.
If they score 100 points versus USC on offense, you'll still say I got to see the other 2 games?
Put it on the list. They ain't scoring 100 points versus USC.
Wow. Unreal.
Incredible. Ole Miss was fined $350,000 for their fans rushing the field on Saturday, and LSU was fined $250,000 for their fans throwing bottles and other items onto the field when a call went against them. We know fans won't stop storming the field, but will they keep throwing stuff onto it?
This is why Kirby Smart was very smart in saying when they changed that call a couple weeks ago in the Georgia-Texas game, and then because the fans started throwing things on the field, even if that wasn't their motivation, it sure as hell looked like it.
Mm-hmm.
The officials brought this on themselves, and it legitimized it. So, unfortunately, this is now a thing, and somewhere Bill Moose is saying, "See, I told you so." They're going to throw. They're going to throw
row,
from the
baby.
3rd row, the 5th row, the 12th row, the 45th row.
3rd row, baby.
Please do not throw things on the field.
The worst thing that also happened in that game was even though they did fix the call and even though they got it right, talking about the Texas-Georgia game, it made it seem like the fans played a part in that process. That they threw crap on the field and the refs were like, oh, you're right, we did screw up. So, yeah, this is not going to stop anytime soon. And it's annoying because it's basically happened every week now, ever since that game. That was the beginning of a new movement. And the movement is bottles falling from the sky.
Oh.
No, Nick, not pooping.
The Cornhuskers and Blue Jays remain at 2nd and 5th in this week's AVCA rankings. Will either climb higher before the NCAA tournament gets going?
I think they're going to be locked into the spots they're in, if not drop a little bit. I don't think that Nebraska is going to get up to number 1, and I don't think Creighton's going to... I don't think they're going to rise above number 5, just given the teams that are in front of each of them right now.
Well, it's going to require Pittsburgh to lose. It's going to require Louisville to lose, Penn State to lose.
Or Nebraska to lose, I guess, if you're a Creighton fan.
Yeah, it's right now, all of these teams are playing very, very well right now.
Yes, they are.
Sounded like you were going to say more after
Nope.
very, very well right now.
Nope.
It did. It did.
The
seem,
way he finished
tone,
the sentence, yeah.
And that's why my answer is no, is what I was expecting.
In this week's power rankings of the NFL, The Ringer wrote this of the Chiefs, one of the teams of destiny.
Oh, interesting, Nick.
The only explanation for this team being undefeated is that it's tapped into some form of ancient sorcery. Interesting. Isn't it, Josh?
What, that a writer is a goober? Nah, that's not interesting, Nick. Lots of writers are goobers. Very on brand. Are you moonlighting as a Ringer columnist now too, John?
I thought this
Do you
was,
work for Bill Simmons?
I thought this
now?
was your website. You're such a Simmons mark.
I do like
the
Bill
Ringer,
Simmons.
everything on it's the best.
I don't.
Bill Simmons is the best. And now they have basically said the Chiefs are a team of destiny.
Yeah, well, every website's full of idiots. Just like 1620thezone.com is full of two idiots that I work with every day for 4 hours. Nick and John.
Oh.
But yeah, I was talking about you two.
Oh. Since wildly insane conference realignment began, no first-year member has won a Power 4 league title in their first season in the conference. But this year, Oregon, Texas, SMU, and Colorado all control their own destiny to do it. Who has the best chance? Who has the worst chance? And can all four happen at one time?
I mean, the power of all four happening. 3 of the 4, I mean, Oregon winning, Texas winning, Colorado winning, all don't sound ridiculous. SMU winning.
I was going to say, why is it? Why do you leave SMU?
They could. It could be all 4. I predict it will be at least 2 of the 4.
Which 2? Do you have a guess? I think Oregon's going to lose to Ohio State in the rematch. I think Colorado's going to win, though. I think Colorado's going to play.
Texas and Colorado could be the best 2 chances.
Yeah, those are the 2 that I would pick. I do not think SMU is going to win the ACC. Most likely, I would go Texas, Colorado, Oregon, SMU. I think would be my order. I've got a bad feeling about the Oregon-Ohio State rematch.
The NFL's International Series wants to add a new location, Australia. But unlike Europe and South America, the land down under is a half a globe away and in a different hemisphere, people forget.
They do.
Which creates its own logistical hurdles. Would it be wise to hold a game in the great deserts of Australia?
Wise? No. Will they do it? Of course they will. What time would they play this game? That's what I was trying, because they're 14 hours ahead or behind us or whatever.
Yeah. When they do Formula One races, they start at 3 p.m. local time, and that's like 2 a.m. our time.
Yeah, so they won't do that. They will not do that because they do not want a game to be at 2 a.m. our time. Where did they say, John? Do you remember? Was it Melbourne or Sydney?
Pronounced Melbourne.
What time is it in Sydney? Right now in Sydney, it's 10:49. See, okay, that's what they would do. They could do a night game here. They could do a 7 o'clock game. That'd be an hour. That'd be a noon game there. So I guess that's what they'll do.
But here's the problem: you're traveling halfway around the world, and then how do you handle with the teams when they come back?
Idle weeks. They're gonna do it. You might as well embrace it, mate.
Do the stupid Pro Bowl games over there. Do a preseason game over there, but not a regular season game. I mean, you're jumping the shark with this.
Put another
nonsense.
shrimp on the barbie.
Isn't there a player from Australia? Is that why they're trying to grow more into that audience?
No, they're just trying to grow more because there's money there.
That's fair.
Untapped revenue.
Yep.
The Cavs won again last night, moving to 12-0 and a 119-113 win over the Bulls. They're the 8th team in the NBA history to begin a season without a loss in their first 12 games, and the first since Golden State started 24-0 in 2015. Take a look at their schedule. How long does this streak last? I defer to the NBA experts.
Oh, thank you, Nick. So they have the Sixers coming up tomorrow. They're hosting the Bulls and the Hornets over the weekend, and then a week from today, they travel to Boston to face off against a bunch of freaks.
And slur users,
also,
probably.
Yeah, plus, there's also the players in the game, too.
Nice.
That will be the game. I think they're going to get to 15-0, and then they'll lose to Boston.
How did Cleveland get so good?
Great question, John. I don't watch the NBA. You tell me.
What else are you going to do in Ohio?
Yeah,
That's not a reason to be good at
Cavaliers have only been good when LeBron was around.
They've been in the playoffs recently.
I know, but
Hey, Donovan
remember,
Mitchell.
everybody in the NBA gets in the playoffs.
They've been in the upper crust of the playoffs. They've Donovan Mitchell. He's good.
That's why I'm asking.
Yeah, he was from Utah, where there is no music.
How did they get so good? Yep. I mean, good for the Cavs.
Good for the Cavs. Pretty neat, Nick. How cool is that?
Can't wait to talk about college baseball.
No,
can't wait to put more college baseball questions and content.
Yeah, don't surprise. Look at you surprising us. You're busting norms over there, Nick.
That's what I do.
Wow. Yes, you are.
Call me the bust boy.
Coming up, what's
prematurely.
For dinner? 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up, and on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right, and on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just, like, going out to eat.
What did we have for dinner? Oh, we had meatloaf last night.
Yeah. I love meatloaf.
What?
So dry. Dry as hell.
It was not dry.
Oh,
Again,
yeah.
Meatloaf isn't dry.
You have been fed.
You've
the
had
way you
bad meatloaf.
slander your mother's cooking.
No, my mom's a great cook.
Well, obviously not. I
Meatloaf's
mean,
mid as hell. I would never eat it again.
It's a loaf of meat. How could you not like that?
I just want the meat. I don't need it in a loaf.
But remember, Mr.
Rare Plus,
Blue
Josh.
Plus over here.
Oh, it's just meat. I don't need it in a patty.
I do like burgers. I'm just going to do the same thing we had last night, which was the burrito bowl. We got some leftovers.
Oh, a burrito bowl?
And
Shut up, Nick.
And this is why, again, his palate is like burrito bowls and chicken thighs. That's all he eats anymore. Burrito bowls and
that's
chicken
your
thighs.
memoir title.
Burrito bowls and chicken thighs.
Last night I didn't have a sandwich. Instead, I had a wrap from my local grocery store. And honestly, you know how you get a sandwich from a store and it's kind of dry?
Yeah.
Wrap?
Like meatloaf?
That's the way to go.
Yeah?
The
Moist?
wrap was nice. It was moist. It was a turkey wrap.
I love wraps, man. Wraps are tasty.
I've gotten really into wraps.
Wraps
lately.
are good.
Even if I get like Jimmy John's.
Are you out on wraps?
I didn't say anything.
Wow, interesting. Paul writes, I traveled back and forth to Australia for 2 years for work. Coming home, I would be trash for a week. Not bad going there.
Oh, that's good if you're a football player.
Yep.
Yeah, I think it would just be a terrible idea. But, you know, the NFL, if they could make $1 million playing in Antarctica, they'd play in Antarctica.
Say, why don't we play in Antarctica next?
Yeah, seriously. Why don't we play on the moon? They love doing stuff that makes them money.
Lots
Today,
and lots
mate.
of money.
The field on the moon would have to be like 300 yards.
Well, or they would have to put like a little thing over it so they could control the gravity inside of the moon
think that's
field.
possible.
Not yet.
Not yet, but if there's anyone that can do it.
Read a book, Nick. Science? Unreal. What do we got tomorrow?
Mike Schaefer will join us.
Nice.
We're going to talk with Bruce Rasmussen tomorrow night.
What about?
Potentially a record-setting night as Greg McDermott goes for his 328th win, beating Dana Altman. They're currently tied. And, of course, the guy who hired them both is Bruce Rasmussen.
They better win. That'd be a tough look for us to have Rass on and then they lose.
Mitch Holtis. It's Chiefs-Bills week, allegedly.
Let's go.
This is my least favorite game ever.
You are just weird.
What kind of weird devil sorcery will the Chiefs use to vanquish the Bills?
They won't. They're losing this week.
No, they have to wait for Christmas Day. Dun, 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 dun,